Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 29th edition of the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay. Well, again, as always, lots happening this morning. A couple of SPACs, actually. Let's take a look at this one. Could be a little bit interesting. Let's see, symbol NOVS. NOVS. So they're going to be doing a merger with a company called App Harvest. And I guess what these guys do, large scale indoor farms, I guess in the Appalachia region of the United States. So that is NOVS. So that is the merger that they're going to be doing. And another one called LSAC, LSAC. They're going to be merging with a company called, looks like Vincera Pharma. So a couple of SPACs in the news this morning. You know what I'm talking about? Just look it up. SPAC, that's the acronym. Now, NKLA. GM says, you know what, we haven't made up our mind yet, quite yet. Our transaction has not closed. This transaction with GM was supposed to close tomorrow. Now, last week they said, you know what, everything's a go, we don't care about the short seller, etc. But they've kind of changed their tune this morning. Anyway, that is the news for NKLA. ARTL. Yeah, that is gapped way up here. 230 is completely an early pullback, so I'm almost just going to forget about it. Ethics approval to commence study. It was through the 200-day moving average, is now below it. APM, this looks kind of interesting, but it's failing. It's starting to slide a lot now too. This actually got up to about $14 in the pre-market. APM. I did read the news, launches infectious disease, liquid biopsy, etc., etc. Very low float, 5 million in the float, but is not able to maintain anywhere near what the pre-market high was. Yeah, you're right. I'm just looking at another charting program. You're right. Almost 30. So we start getting our data at 7 o'clock Eastern. A big flyer from yesterday, PLL is, is really fading a bit here. Well, not a bit, it's down 21%. Of course, this is the battery company doing a deal with Tesla. That was the big news yesterday. I do notice that Roth Capital has still put a 41 price target on them. But it is definitely, it's fading in a big way right now. This had a very crazy day yesterday. Look at this topping tail. Look at the bottoming tail. What a range. Flux, FLUX. I don't think I even saw this one yesterday. They had earnings yesterday before the market. So this was an earnings play yesterday. September 28th pre-market. Yeah, this was, unless they announced today. Unless it was actually after hours yesterday, because we have it pre-market yesterday. So by this reaction, it looks like it was after hours yesterday. Wow, Fonz, I have no idea why you can't sell. Who's your broker? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, USEG, I'm struggling to understand this one. USEG, an asset acquisition. I mean, man, look at this. I mean, now I don't even know if I can trust the float. We have 600,000 in the float. Whatever the float is, it's going to be crazy low. But You know, I was trying to read this news, an asset acquisition. Well, you have to, I mean, Fonzo, we can't know why you can't sell. You have to contact IB. GRNQ, GRNQ. Okay, I'm not sure I see any, yeah, this is some kind of a Swiss dividend. SGLB, a contract award. Let me see, Sigma Labs, SGLB, a contract award. Get another one, you know what I mean? Look at this, 366, now it's almost given up $1. Here's a big failure for this drug. Hopefully nobody was in this one. MYOV, it's starting to recover a little bit, but phase 3 drug failure. I mean, look how this was flatlining yesterday. No, there was no inkling that this was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, look at this pre-market. They announced phase 3 drug failure. Yeah, I'm assuming he knew that, Damien, because if he bought it in the pre-market, they had to use a limit order. So the same thing, and you want to sell in the pre-market, limit orders also. This one, another one that gapped up and then just collapsed. AYRO, it's trying to come back a little bit. It's an electric EV play, electric vehicle play. AYRO. This is another one that is just crazy. HUSA, HUSA. Again, I mean, look at this, 452. It's all the way down to 244. I mean, it's still up 160%. Huge volume, low float. It's already traded the float. As far as I know, if funds in the pre-market, it's limit orders regardless of whether you're buying or selling. And let me see, anything else here? Yeah, I mean, I had this another. There's another one. I mean, some of these little energy plays. MXC, another one, 943. I mean, it's all over the place. Mexico Energy. Don't see any specific news on it. Another low float. Well, if you read the news that I read this morning regarding NKLA and GM, let me just see if I can find it again. Okay, so this is a direct quote. Our transaction with NKLA has not closed, a GM spokesperson said. We are continuing our discussions and will provide further updates when appropriate or required. So the deal was expected to close by September the 30th. And, you know, the article goes on to say, compare that to a statement from GM last week, which said it remained committed to the agreement despite a damning report from the short seller. Yeah, the sexual assault had nothing to do with the short seller report, but I mean, it's certainly not going to help. I should say the sexual assault allegations. Anyway, that's so it kind of looks, it seems like it's a bit in limbo right now. LMFA, let's see, LMFA. Yeah, I mean, look, it's gone through the 200-day moving average, so I guess that's a good thing. I mean, it's up 44%, huge volume. I guess I did not see it at the beginning because it was under $1, but you know, all we can do is wait for the market to open. Obviously, looking left, it's got a lot of room. Give me a moment here, please. I'm just looking to see if there's any news on it. I mean, this one lagged. You know, with the other ones that are kind of in that same sector, with the U1s and the carves, and haven't seen this one for a while. Maybe because it is under $1. And I'm talking about the LMFA. All right, time is it? 9:16. Okay, I want to quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And again, we have more upgrades and downgrades. So a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. Only three. All right, there are the upgrades. There are the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, so now the other one here, just so you know, this JE. Oh, the chart looks a little crazy, but they've just done their reverse split, 1 for 33 reverse split for JE. So I mean, I know the chart looks a little crazy, but this is reflected. This is correct. Just looks like it's a huge gap up, of course, but it is not. Okay, and again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version of these three, if you want to watch these three windows, excuse me, click on from the toolbar, click on new and channel bar, and then my watch list. And again, I always have to remind everybody, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything from within the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which again is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud before. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. So you guys are talking about Beyond Meat. Yeah, wow, nice move. Great move, $10, 7%. Obviously, this is going to be a forward split for NKC. 2-for-1, yeah, 2-for-1 forward split. Okay, notice this one just showed up. PK, Park Hotels and Resorts. PK just showed up. And this has a little bit of room. What's the float like? It's a big float. I do not see any specific reason other than maybe analyst upgrades for PK. To admit, this one intrigues me a little bit. This SPAC, NOVS. It's just pulled back. What was the high in the pre-market? The high in the pre-market looks like it was around 13.57. So it's only pulled back $1. Well, I'll stick an alert around 111 for LMFAs. That's a little bit above the pre-market high. See if it takes that out. Another low float situation, 9.8 million. It's already traded the float. 13 million have traded already, so it's already traded the float. All right, well, there it is. LMFA now. Pre-market high, LMFA. Remember what the OXBR did yesterday. It had its craziness yesterday. That was another low float. 3 million. This is a little higher in terms of float, but it has room. Let's see, the next high is looking left for LFMA. The next high in the daily chart is around a 150. Okay, thank you for that, CP. Yeah, I feel badly about this Corsair. I missed my chance right here on that day, taking out the high of the IPO day. I mean, listen, it could still be running. Of course, it could still run, but so these little energy companies today are just coming out of the woodworks. At the MXC, the HUSA, and a couple others. Now I know, okay, I'm glad I didn't really mention this one, but I guess I have to right now. NAOV did pop over $1, but is really giving it up now. Yeah, files a U.S. patent application. Okay, what is the SPY doing this morning? Just a little bit, basically flat, just down a touch. This has been all over the place. Look at the SHLL. Now, I don't know if I can believe that little spike up there, $54, but SHLL, another SPAC. All right, I will shut these two down. And again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Another one that popped into the pre-market, a big spike up. This is BIOC, big spike up to 517. It's pulled back now to 460, 461 and dropping. This one also I saw popped in the pre-market. It came right back down. Yeah, look at these. I mean, some of these are just stupid. Look at BRN up to $2, back to $1. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than a minute. SPAC, yes, SPAC is another one that is on the move. SPAQ. Now, didn't I read something a little negative about Fisker? Here's one of my little favorites, IPOB, another SPAC on the move here, IPOB. Yeah, actually pretty good volume for it in the pre-market. That's right, that's what I read. Regarding yeah, Fisker and NKLA. Well, this UNFI is really... Okay, guys, we are now open. Let's have a great trading day today. Okay, APM, look at this move here. Low float, 5 million in the float. Big volume that's just coming in. Well, there's it. Wow, APM just ripping now. But it's a low float, 5 million in the float. So it's already traded the float. I did try to read that news. Launches infectious disease liquid biopsy. And we now have a halt on APM. You know, it's funny because I was actually looking to get into this one right around here after that pullback. That news looked pretty interesting. Okay, LMFA guys, LMFA on the move. Yeah, MYOV is trying to. All right. See if LMFA can do a mini ox bridge like OXBR did yesterday. Whoa, IPOB on the move. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Typically, that's what happens. They did a 1 for 33 reverse split, just tanking here. It's like a 20-cent stock now. Just a moment, please. Yes, HUSA is halted, and so is ADIL. Look at ADIL through the 200-day moving average also. ADIL is halted. USEG is halted. Look at ADIL. What's the stacking up? It's still 171, 171. Meanwhile, UNFI continues its descent. UNFI, you would think there's some support just under 17. And look at all these bottoming tails for UNFI. Keeping my eye on this LMFA to see if it can get back up into the 20s. Say 118, that might get me into this trade, 118. Okay, markets are opening a little bit weak. Dow is down. SPY is down just a little. NAS is just positive by a little. You know, saying a lot of these little oil and gas, in the oil and gas sector, a lot of them are popping up. Of course, this was in the news a while ago, PED, some kind of, can't even remember anymore, but UNFI continues down here. All right, GPMT on the move. GPMT on the move. And let's take a look at looking left here. So the next high looking left for GPMT on the monthly chart is around 818. Takes that out, and then the next This would have a lot of room. UNFI just really giving it up. All right, wow, APM open, and look at the pop. It got all the way up to 1231. You know, it's funny because this is what I was kind of hoping it would do in the pre-market, right there. I was looking for I was actually going to take this one. APM on the move. Wow, now somebody said it did hit 30 in the pre-market. Our data only starts at 7. Okay, GRNQ, a new high. Look at it. Look at the room this one has. GRNQ, another low float, 16 million in the float. HUSA and GRNQ just got halted. We've got a lot of halts on these little ones now. ADIL has not resumed. Yeah, I'm sorry, it did resume. Boy, HUSA coming out of that halt. Big pop. Another low float. Yeah, there's Corsair. Good morning, Real. Trying to get some direction now for the market. Not really a direction. SPY is basically flat. Now this one halted, resumed, MXC. Boy, another one. I mean, look at these little ones coming out of the woodwork here. Another GBR. Again, in the energy sector, GBR. Another low float, 2 million in the float for GBR. I mean, look at the room it has if it wants to keep going. Stick an alert right here, 204. ADIL after the halt over 2. It popped, it dropped, it popped right back up again. ADIL, another one. So let's look left on this one, and it's just breaking out the high right there. The next high looking left is 250 for ADIL. Because it doesn't. It just doesn't, Taylor. Not enough volume usually. Also, very, the pre-market can be incredibly erratic. All right, EVGN. Look what this one did yesterday. Got all the way up to 530. Ah, first time using. Okay. VOC. Another look at these little energy plays are just flying today. But can they? Home, Larissa, are you here? Home on the move. Little red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. And PED just got resumed. Boy, we've got a lot of halts already this morning. A little disappointed in the LMFA. Thought maybe it would have a bit of a go close to maybe that 150 mark, but not yet anyway. So Nova, look at Nova on the way down here. And boy, it's got a lot of room underneath. Nova, N-O-V-A. So just waiting for a couple more minutes. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. Okay, look at Devon, DVN on the way down also. These are the ones, guys, who are acquiring, was it WPX? PX yesterday? And I think it was WPX. And meanwhile, USEG on the way down now after being halted a few times. Well, our Halts resumes. You want this window, guys? This is one of the ones I'm sharing. Tons of activity this morning in our Halts resumes. You wonder why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes? Look how whippy a lot of these have been. I will, of course, miss out on the ones that just keep going up or down, but I've just, through experience, I've just found that trading the first 15 minutes can be a challenge. Okay, now the market's putting in a big red bar here. Okay, here's that opening 15-minute candle, putting in a red bar. Real, I don't know if you saw this one in the pre-market. This was shortable. I just missed it by about a couple of pennies, AYRO. It was shortable in the pre-market. And it spiked up to 372 and it just fell. Is that the one they were talking about? They always have that teasing email that I got last night from Spruce Point saying we are going to unveil our next and fraud, fraud, fraud. No, I didn't. I don't know if it said fraud. I don't want to say it said fraud, but fraud. That's right. The scammers. That's right. I remember that now. And of course, we'll expect the company to come out and try to refute it all. Look at the market, guys. After that, looked like that was going to start falling, but nice big green bar now in the market. So I'll have to just wait and see what the direction is. Ugh. My alert set for just over 2 for GBR, but look at this. I mean, this is this is very typical, guys, of many stocks in the first 15 minutes. And not listen, just when I say I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, it doesn't mean after 15 everything is completely settled down. But for me, it's just too whippy. Okay, Sun Power, SPWR though on the move and over 12. And let's see, the next high looking left, that was yesterday, was 1236 SPWR. ADIL, not shortable anymore, real, at Interactive Brokers. Which may be a good thing. Okay, so this is a COVID play, a virus play. Announces point of, just trying to let the headline come into, now it's saying no data display. See if I get it here. Announces point of care antibody test granted first ever FDA emergency use authorization. First ever. What's the float? 10 million in the float? 11 million in the float for ADIL? And MXE, yeah. Resumed. Look at this high at 957, almost cut in half now from the highs. Yeah, I mean, listen, with that news release, I mean, look, I don't know how significant it is. It reads in a very significant way, and that's all traders look at. They're not diving into all the particulars, so definitely keep an eye on this ADIL. We're going to ban these things, ADIL. But if to take this trade, it gets up to around 225 for ADIL. I know it's extended, but It's just one of those sort of press releases that is eye-catching. And it's got a low float, 11 million in the float. All right, GRNQ now. Look how, I mean, 150. I mean, these are big percentage swings. Anyway, GRNQ over 2 now, and or at 2, and look left, and look how much room this has. Adele on the move. That's on the move down. Okay, got to let this thing settle down. 226, again, my alert. Trying to let this thing settle down just a little bit, see if it can regain that. Yeah, good old, you're right. Good old SRNE doing its thing. Up, down, up, down. Now, I mean, next high looking left of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago was 1114. So it got up to 1107. If it can take that out, then you know the next highs are in the 12 ready, or the 12 area. So there were 2 alerts, McEwing. 2 alerts a day so far. If you're not getting them, there have been 2 alerts this morning. Nothing really happening with them. Okay. Okay, so was this a question or just a statement? Peck was not an alert yesterday from it. I'm just doing a history. These are the only ones from yesterday. So Peck was not an alert from it. Why did you think it was? Okay, so I noticed now BE 1708. Take a look left. Next high looking left is 1734. Well, Peck was definitely not an alert from the AI yesterday. I don't think anybody could have said it was. So we're getting some choppy action, guys, on the SPY. You can see a couple of topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. We had a bottoming tail here, so, you know, it's still a little bit directionless. Okay, VOC. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 243. Another low float. Okay, so what I'm doing is I've got my alert set here for BE. 234 at ADIL. Let's see if it takes that back. A couple of little bottoming tails on the 2-minute. See if it takes that back and starts to run from there. ADIL. Now I do see, now OMI could be interesting. I had this on the watch list, especially if it could take out 22. So OMI high is 1981. So man, we got a lot of room here. 24.57 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. A little bit of room anyway for OMI. It's just been on a tear ever since earnings. I'm sorry, this is not an. I can't remember why it went up. I just can't remember why it went up. It's not an earnings spike. They may have guided. I think that's what they did. I think this was guidance ahead of when they actually release earnings, November the 3rd. All right, CMRE, keep an eye. Look at this, through the 200-day moving average. Looking left again on the 622. And then the next high looking left is 665 for CMRE. Yeah, but that it's not. Don't confuse webinar and office hours that it was an AI alert yesterday or during that day. None of them were. Yeah, exactly. Another one halted and resumed. HUSA. Yeah, I'm just gonna probably think I'm gonna forget about these now. Okay, David. So I'm sure. What time is it now? Usually I do all this around 10:30, but just for you, if you click on the scans tab right here, here are all of the scans that I'm sharing, including these three. Okay. You can also click on the room drive icon right here. Click on that and scans that I share, download. That will all go to a Word document, and you can pick and choose which scans you might want to look at. And just give me a second here. Trying to size the window here. Okay, and if you want these three, you can only access them from my channel bar, or from my channel in the channel bar, new channel bar, and then my watch list. Okay, so, and remember everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, if you have a layout already that you're looking at, make sure you save that layout to the cloud first before you load anything from the channel bar. Okay, ADIL, it looks like it's on the move again. And the reason I do that, David, is, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing, and, instead of creating one huge layout with every single scan, you may not want them all. So basically you just have to pick and choose which ones you might want, and ADIL. Okay, ADIL, I'm really interested in this one. I'd like to see, now the next high looking left, it's a little bit close. 250 is too bad. I mean, it's only one day and it's a spike. Okay, guys, I mentioned OMI, 2233, 2261 now. How's the BE doing? BE, yeah, I got my alert set right back up here. Okay, guys, listen, I'm taking what I consider a little bit of a risk here because I'm worried that it's not going to take out that 250. But I am in this one right at 232. So if it gets back down to 232 for Adele, I'm out. I'm just worried this 250 might stall it. Okay, guys, I took some out at 241 for the Adele in case it cannot get through that high, just in case. My plan then would to dump the rest where I got it at 232, put an alert at 250, and see if it takes it out. Let me just quickly get this in here. Ah, I've got my caps on. Okay, well. So waiting for a 232, 233 bid or so, I'm out. Well, this is how I trade, and Matin, or this is how I trade. Okay, I like to see things that are making new highs or new lows. It's not how you have to, of course, but this is what I'm displaying here. So I don't understand when you say when does a new signal come up. I mean when it makes a new high or a new low. These are in these windows right here. Come on. Just has to get through that 250. So again, there all sorts of different ways to use trade ideas. Some like to have pullbacks. You can create scans for pullbacks, and I just happen to like stocks near the high or the low of the day. Not just taking them because they do that, and that's come from a pattern. just struggling to get through that 250. Got right to it. Yeah, so I'm all out of it now. It's crazy, I know. It's just psychological. So basically, flat the last part. I have my alert set for 250 if it takes it out later on. So they look good just for a second. But that's why we look at longer term time frames. Okay, look at this. I mean, just look at the daily chart. Look at the topping tail on that day. This is back in August. Look where it got to, 250. Look at today. Look at today. Look where it got to. I mean, it's 249, and it just stalled right there. These are all clues. Yeah, well, yeah. Who said you're right? USA did come back. Surprising. I mean, surprisingly, 278, 4. I mean, there's $2 pop. Look how choppy this is. Even on a 15-minute chart. Look at the topping tails, especially the topping tails. Look at the bottoming tails. Yeah, even here, 450, $5 now. What's the spread like? Even the spread isn't bad. Omi still is a nice one from my watch list. 2233, 2279 now. The ADIL briefly when I got close to 250. The BE I don't think so. Still have an alert set though, 17. All right, AMSC. Let's take a look at what these are. 14.95, 16. Is that right? Just a minute, please. Hey, the Dreamer. What are you, the Road Runner? The Road Runner? If you can get that reference. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's a winner. 450 now 543 from my watch list. Just checking now the AMSC. So looking left, what got here 1633 and 1318. So 1633 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart for AMSC. You get it? Okay, dreamer. Holy smokes. Yeah, at some point, but right now this is just a rocket ship. 450 on the alert. 579 now. And you know, guys, don't lose sight of ADIL. I mean, if it can get back over 250 later on, yeah, and even our red bar ignored on the 2-minute for HUSA. So again, if you want to follow along my watch list all day long from the toolbar, new channel bar and my watch list. And now this is halted on the way up. HUSA. All right, well, some of these are just they're not wanting to give up. So here's VOC. VOC, what did I say? The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 243. So it's a little bit close to that 243, unfortunately, for VOC. Another low float. Okay, now this one, BRN, it did pop up to $2 in the pre-market. Another low float, 3.7 million in the float. It's already traded the float. And we have a halt. Well, this has been an exciting first 45 minutes. All right, got to put an alert here. Just over 16 for AMSC. Peabody. BTU, look at this collapse. We'll phone them, Brian, and see what's happening. VST looks like it could be weakening here. Just looking at that 8 EMA, it looks like it's trying to cross below the 20 SMA. Hasn't quite done that, but well, the AI is not having a good day. It's been trying to short three stocks, and they may trigger later on, depending what the market does. They may trigger later on, so don't use that as a watch list. I'd be putting a price alert at the original entry price, and just see if it takes it out later on. All right, well there's GBR, and there's a red bar ignored. GBR, what is the next high looking left? Some of these are just hard to see. No, 219, that's easy. Oh, are you kidding me, right? I haven't got a clue. For Mattel, I haven't got a clue. Just reverse it when you create the price alert. Okay, so yeah, I see what you're saying. So if I wanted to create a price alert for, say, GBR, this is a question I have in the YouTube feed. The question is, if I want to create a price alert for it to pull back to say 175, so if you right click, create price alert, and you see where it says, well, right now it says short. So if I choose long, so if the price is below, then just choose long. Okay, so I'll do that again. Create the price alert. So if you want to create a price alert below the current price, just say long, or click on long. Okay, and so there it is. So it'll trigger then if it gets down here. Oh, I rarely create a price alert from the chart from the price alert list box, as you call it. Rarely do I do that. I always go to the chart, because they do have price targets, Taylor, but I'll be honest with you, I would disregard them. I mean, listen, what if it has a price target and it starts approaching the target? What are you going to do? If the trade is still working well, the AI strategies have been optimized for certain price targets, maybe on a percentage basis or even a dollar value. It's not scientific, though, in my opinion, at all. Not scientific. So the whole idea then is, if you were in an AI trade and it's working well, and in theory there was a price target of $1 above when you got in, but it's still working well, why would you get out? So I don't even pay attention to price targets. So just again, keep talking about price targets. Every one of the strategies, here are the AI strategies, so they all have a, I don't have it here, but there'll be some kind of a target. Well, it's hard. The win-loss ratio, it depends how you trade it. I mean, we always say, if you're going to trade it automatically, like just let it auto trade, it's not recommended. You can, I use it as a watch list. So everybody's win-loss ratio, it will be different. Depends how you trade it. I would always be managing my exits as opposed to letting the system take me out of trades. A lot of downward pressure now on NKLA guys. If you read what I read this morning about GM being very non-committal now about closing this deal tomorrow, that was the target date. I saw you talking about AXN. Okay, that's why. How do they? Nice one. Yes, real. Well, then the lawyers are going to get involved, Grumpy. So there may be some kind of a clause there that says, if you don't go ahead with the deal, then you owe us a bunch of money. But then they could come back and say, well, yeah, but it looks like all sorts of fraud, and you're chairman, et cetera, et cetera. So, this is. No, you're absolutely right, William. The sexual abuse allegations should not come into this at all. No, he's been gone now for a while. It's the other aspect of it. Anjo, guys, Anjo ANGO is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. I have no thoughts on news, okay? I honestly don't. You're going to force me to put this chart up, but it's just a company I just don't even want to. I think if you talk about scammy little companies, and I shouldn't say it like that. They may be just exemplary, but I just shy away from this one. Not even, I don't even consider it anymore as a trade. We'd have to do something extraordinary. Again, these are not for the faint of heart. Obviously, look at the Houston now. So there was the alert at 450, got all the way up to 637, got halted, I think, a couple of times, and now it's plunging. So, these are not with the low floats, these are not stocks that you can just sort of get into and then wander away and come back half an hour later and expect to see your riches, okay? Yeah, it's not shortable for me, USEG, not shortable for me. And of course it got halted on the way down. All right, guys. So now you keep an eye on use the AI like a watch list. I mean, keep an eye on the original ones. They're now starting to come back to the prices. So the AI may have been a little early. These are not trades, Manju. These are ideas. Okay. These are and up here, this is to get you to focus on just a couple or a few of them. Okay. That's the whole purpose of the watch list. These are not trades. These are ideas. Okay. So then the AI will give you even fewer ideas during the day. And I'm watching a couple of them now as they have come back to their prices. Well, are you a brand new trader, Manju? Because I mean, I don't know how to help you exactly when you say, how do I follow it? I mean, if you can see my screen, these are ideas. The whole idea is that you click on an alert, you check the charts to see how much room there is. What's the market doing? I mean, you have to have some kind of trading experience. These are ideas, all right? They're not just meant that you get the alert, you just take the trade. The other thing is, which I'm going to go over right now, is that we have a paper trading module. Okay, so what I would do if you're new to trading, just practice first. I'm actually going to go over that. It's 10:30 right now. And this is what we call Brokerage Plus. And when you load it, just connect to simulated trading. Now this is only available with the app. It's not available if you're using our web-based version. Okay. Well, I mean, what I like to look at are stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. Okay, but coming from a pattern, I just mean that, just because a stock makes a new high, I pile into it. Check to see what the float is. See if there's news. This is actually an earnings play. As an example for ANGO, which is starting to really move now. Yeah, take it off topic. All right, it is 10:30. Wow, fast and furious first hour. If you are new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I am sharing a lot of scans. So in the YouTube feed, when you logged in, you should see a lot of links. And here, these are all scan links. Okay, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also access that from, one moment please. You can also access this from the scans that I share, download, and it goes to a Word document. And you can take a look at them all. If you see something that you might like to look at, all you have to do is copy the link and then file, load from cloud. When you do that, the link should be right there, and then just load it. The other links that I'm going to talk about are all here, and you can also download those links to again, goes to a Word document, a lot of training links. I'm going to go over a subscription right now to Trade Ideas. I'm going to pop these links into the room. Don't know when the next test drive is. You know, maybe in November. But there's no date for it yet. I can give you a link. So I can give you a link so you can fill out the form, and then at least you'll be notified when it will start. That's the next test drive sign up, okay? Just don't know when it's going to be. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's the promo code Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on my homepage link. You click on my homepage link, and there is the promo code again. Again, Barry for Alpha, 15% off first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and it'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have a premium annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That would be the reason why you would want to get premium if you're interested in following our AI. You don't have to have or start off with an annual. You can always start off with a monthly. You can stay with a monthly if you want. It's not really a contract. It's just month to month. Try us out for a month. Standard monthly is $118 less the 15%, or the premium $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. But if you do decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. Other links in my homepage. Get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily market recap. Probably should rename that. Basically, it starts at 1:05, and I kind of recap what's happened to the room, in the room up to that point. A lot of great training links here. Click here. And if you're new to Trade Ideas, I would really recommend that you take a look at these 2 links. Sorry, not these 2 links. The 20 short lessons. You click on that link, the 20 short lessons. You know, it's what is a top list, what is an alert window, how to do all of these things. So some of the basic features of Trade Ideas. If you're not a subscriber, you can also check this out. See what some of the basic features we have to offer. Lessons. Here's the daily support lesson. So we do have a concurrent YouTube feed that I also monitor. I monitor from 9 to 12 Eastern Time. Then from 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over. It's more of a Q&A session in the YouTube feed. And then I resume from 1 to 3. So you can, if you want to join that Q&A session from 12 to 1, you can sign up right there. Here's the trading room, of course. We have daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Sign up for them all right here. And the educational videos. A lot of educational videos right here. So as I say, my homepage has a lot of good links in it. Okay, now I do want to talk about the AI. It's right here. Right there. Manju is right there. Barry's homepage, right there. And just above where you posted, it's right there. Okay, no, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I am here to answer questions. Oops, that's the 20 short lessons, just in case you're missing it. Okay? So, a description of what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized every evening. Once the market closes, that's when the AI gets to work on its optimization routine through the 50 strategies. That's what happened last night. And these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically meaning a profit factor of at least 2, or the right combination of profit factor and win percentage. These are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut. Obviously, not too many made the cut. If you have the AI, this is how I'd recommend that you watch it all day. Just in Brokerage Plus, just click on Holly. Just make sure you have the Holly tab. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a second, Taylor. But this is what I would do to follow the AI alerts. Just click on New from the toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not this one, but the Trades window. When you do that, you'll get, this is the window. You'll start getting alerts after the market opens. Okay, you'll never get an alert before 9:35. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35. No, you don't have to. You don't have to have it, Taylor. I mean, if you wanted to see the ones that made the cut, you could also, click on the AI/Holly strategy window. It's just easier for me to do it within Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is part of the package. So again, if you have the premium service, this is how I would watch the alerts all day long. Have this window open, the strategy trades window open. Once you open it, you can actually just incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to open it every morning. Now, how you trade the AI is up to you. Again, I use it as a watch list. All right, I want to talk about now Brokerage Plus. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. And you load Brokerage Plus, again from the toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus, and here's the window. Only available with the app, okay? If you have our web-based version, if you're using our web-based version because whatever reason, maybe you have a Mac or something, it is not available. You can use this in 2 ways. If you do want to trade from within Trade Ideas, you would need an Interactive Brokers account, connect to it, and then you can trade from within Trade Ideas. You can set up what we call, things like one-click trading. And I'm going to give you a video to show you exactly how to do all that. Yeah, well, the next one we're looking to do is a TDA, and then after that, E-Trade. But this has been in the works for a long time, so I have absolutely no idea when it's going to happen. And as far as Waybill, I have no idea. It's not on the list that I'm aware of, but so right now it is just Interactive Brokers. But understand, as a general statement, you don't need to have Interactive Brokers in order to use Trade Ideas. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, so it's generating ideas for you. We do link with many brokerage platforms. We have an external linking tool. Okay, and what that means is it just saves you a step. You know, you click on a link and it'll load into your platform, and from within your platform you trade. That's all it is. But it's not mandatory. You don't need to use Brokerage Plus to trade. It's just it's a nice feature to have if you happen to have an interactive brokerage account. Then you can use it. Now the other main way to use this Brokerage Plus module is as a paper trader. Simulated trading, you just check on it. And now, if you're new to trading, absolutely recommend that that's what you do before you start committing money to the market. Yeah, look at the market now. Big red bar now, big red bar. So this is how easy it is to do it. You just click on an alert. I'm talking about how to paper trade. You just click on an alert. You'll notice the symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, then you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. So let's just do one. Okay, now as the market is drifting down, I'm just going to demonstrate how you can do it. So I'm going to take this trade, AMSC. Take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy it. So there it is. I'm in at 1604. Last price is 1603. Again, would I take that normally? Probably not. Not with the market doing what it's doing, but I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. Put a stop in. Maybe the low of that candle right there. So it's going to be a very tight stop. Add a stop order, 1590. It's a very tight stop. I could put a target if I want. I'm just showing you how you do it. And you'll notice right on the chart, there is the stop. So if the price went down to 1590, it would take me out for a $27 loss. If it got up to 1650 and allowed it just to happen in auto fashion, it would take me out for a $93 gain. Okay, right on the chart you can see all this. Now you can move these lines. If the trade started working well, you can start using this like a trailing stop. Just move it up. Okay, to put it on an area of the chart that makes sense. When I say makes sense, you see a support area on the chart. So if it broke down below support, probably where you'd want to get out. Same thing with the target. If this trade started working well and you started approaching your target, why would you get out? So again, you could raise it up anywhere you want. Or conversely, let's say it was approaching your target and it looked like it was stalling, you could move that line down and take yourself out of the trade. Now this is just a visual way to do it. Of course, personally, I think it's probably just as easy to go right to the here. And if you wanted to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. You want to go to half or double. Or you could pick how many shares you want to get out of, and the price you want to get out of. So you can do it all right in here. You can also use this as a swing trade or to practice swing trading. If you don't close out your position at the end of the day, it'll carry forward for as long as you want. So you can practice swing trading. So I would encourage you, it's very simple to use. Doesn't matter what broker you've got, it's using our real-time data. So it is all real time. Not Robinhood, not Webull, with Thinkorswim, yes. Integrate in that you can click on alert and it'll load into your platform, if that's what you mean. Just a minute, please. sorry about that. Yeah, I had myself on mute for a second. Yeah, so it's not mandatory. You know, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to use trade ideas and to trade. I mean, many years we did not have, you know, this module. So you just click on an alert. We link with many brokerage platforms. And again, when I say linking, I just mean it just saves you a step. Instead of, you know, you see an alert, so instead of having to type it into your order entry into your brokerage platform, there's a way with our external linking tool, external linking, you just click on that and follow the instructions. And that'll allow you to save that step of having to type the symbol in. You know, if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long like I am, it would become a real pain to have to do that. But you absolutely don't have to use Brokerage Plus to use trade ideas. Is that clear? Yeah, Taylor is the one who, I just want to make sure Taylor understands. Okay, so I'm going to have to start. Okay, so please, guys, again, only one rule, really, big rule, but take all these things off topic. Okay, I'm going to start deleting posts that are not specifically to do with stocks. Okay, that's why I have an off-topic tab right here. Okay. Okay, so Randall, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Just click on the scans tab and here are all the scans that I am sharing. Or might be easier to do this. Click on the room drive icon and scans that I share and download. That'll go to a Word document. You'll see all the links there. And, you know, just like I've got here, you know, I've named them. So hopefully they make sense. You can pick and choose which ones you might want. You know, if I don't want to have a big layout with every single one of these scans, so I just kind of make, you know, not everybody wants every scan. So and the other thing is that if you do want to follow my watch list up and down, that's the only little trick here. You have to click on new channel bar and then my watch list. And then you'll get these three windows plus a couple of charts. But remember, when you do that, you are creating a layout. So make sure you save your layout that you may have up and running. Make sure you save that to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, Don, that's a pretty general question when you say stops are not working in paper trading today. I you know, hard for me to, it's hard for me to know what, like, you know, you probably have to, if they're not working, you might have to send your, if you go to help and send files to support, and then with an email saying my stops aren't working, you know, it's hard for me to try to even guess why they're not working. When you say they're not working, are you talking about in a strategy you set up or for something like this as an example? Ah, you know what? Okay, you're right. You're right. I don't know if this is a bug or what is going on because yeah, I should have been stopped out. I left this purposely. I should have been stopped out at $31. Let me try it again, okay? Okay, I want to do something here and see if this is a bug that I have to. Okay, let me just see something here. So I want to, yeah, okay, we're just going to do this. Okay, I'm going to take the trade. I'm going to buy Devon, DVN. I want to put a really, I'm going to put a really tight stop. I also want to see if the targets are working. And I will put a target. Okay, so I've bracketed it fairly tightly, so I want to see if this does take it out. Now, watch it not move for an hour. Come on. I'm just waiting to see if DVN moves down to 912. It takes me out of the trade. All right, maybe do another one that's a little more active. Yeah, this should be. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting to see. I want to see this thing maybe get down to 910. Okay. Okay, I think you're right. This is these. It's not executing the stops in the simulation mode. Give me a second here. Just want to take a screenshot. All right, guys. Well, I've passed that on. Yeah, this does not happen in the real count, so this is in sim, in the sim. Yeah, it's been working for me. Absolutely, it's been working for me. Yeah, you can go in into configuration, and the symbol is now is best WL. Okay. Okay, they are aware. Okay, so they are aware of it. Okay, in terms of in paper trading, it's not taking out the stops. Yeah, it's the first time I've noticed that too. Well, I don't know what the best is. I mean, I look at daily, weekly, and monthly. Okay, so if I don't see any resistance on the daily, then I'll look to the weekly and then to the monthly. So I look at them all. That's why I have them here: the daily, monthly, and the weekly. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to demonstrate. Well, I can demonstrate the paper trading, but the idea that you can set the stops and all that is not working in simulation mode. It's really strange. Well, number one for me, because I'm a momentum trader, Dom, is that I'm always because the stock is making usually a new high or a new low for the day. I don't have to worry about intraday resistance, so that's why I'm always focusing on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart to see how much more room can a stock keep going. Until it meets resistance on the higher time frames. So that's kind of my focus. Now, so when I look at TCS, I look left and I think, okay, I mean, it does have room. Set, there's a two highs, 742. Doesn't mean I take the trade, immediately. I'm also a person who gets a little nervous about taking a trade right near a whole number. I always think a whole number is a bit psychological. And so a stock can struggle to get through it. Once it's through it, yeah, great. But a lot of times a stock will struggle to get through a whole number. So let's just say this was at over the whole number, and I look left. Then I'd be thinking, 736, a couple of highs right there. That might really stall it. So it doesn't have like a ton of room. Yeah, of the 50 strategies, some are short and some are long. Yes, Taylor. All right, guys. So yeah, look at CBay. I know what Real is looking at this one as a potential short. So yeah, I can see right there. There's four longs and three short strategies that made the cut today. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I've said I haven't had that question for a while. Holly Grail was the original. Holly Grail is maybe call it the more conservative of the three. Holly 2.0 a little less conservative, and Holly Neo. A lot of times, what you'll see in Holly Neo, especially when earnings season starts, you're going to see stocks that have like lots of volatility. Generally, like look at. I mean, there's 21 relative volume, 25 relative volume, 20 relative volume. You see, those are the three. So lots of volatility. So if you can kind of handle, that sort of volatility, then Holly Neo is one to focus on. It's the only one that gave any alerts today. Not that they worked. Okay, they don't all work. Holly Neo really can start working well once we get into earnings season, because then we get stocks with a lot of volatility, and also usually sometimes they pick a direction. And earnings season will start in a little over 2 weeks. October 14th, it's kind of the start of it. I mentioned this one, Anjo, earlier. This is an earnings play. Checking to see if they're. Unfee is an earnings play. That's one reason why it's super active. UNFI, very active. And unbelievable. I didn't even know this CCL is an earnings play, such as it is. Neither Taylor. Definitely not pennies. Okay, and it's not necessarily blue chips, but certainly different price ranges. Today, everything is under 20. But yesterday, I mean, we had a $78 stock, a $36 stock, an $87 stock. Okay, so I mean, there's no there's no hard and fast rule. What a garbage this is. JE did a 1 for 33 reverse split effective today. So divide that by 33, 657. That's the true price of JE. Boy, this is a sterling earnings play, guys. On that, off that 12 break. And that's the ANGO. Sometimes, when you have fewer earnings plays, you get, of course, traders who like to trade earnings. I mean, they get focused on fewer stocks. And this is the sort of thing that can happen. Wasn't there news on Caesar yesterday about a merger with some other casino or some kind of a deal with another casino? I cannot believe the run of Caesar. I cannot believe it. All right. Yeah, 31 million shares at $56 a share. I cannot believe this run. I'm actually stunned. I mean, it's a casino, and there's no way any of the other casinos have done this. I don't even think I saw this one do this going in this week. I don't even think I saw it. Hmm. Okay. I know I saw some news on it yesterday. I kind of glossed over it, but okay. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so TCS, the longer it struggles to get through a 7. Now, look, it might be just basing, and if it gets some volume, it pops through 7. But again, look left, 735. I mean, there's a couple of highs right there, 736 and 735. Excuse me, not that far away. Even a red bar ignored. Let's see what the index is doing, MJ. Something's triggering a little bit of a move in the cannabis sector. Still a disaster, but yeah, CGC. How's Tilray doing? I'm sure they're all moving. What are they legalizing it all across your country now? No ifs, ands, or buts. Banks allowed to take money. Yeah, we're definitely in drift mode now. The Dow is down, Nas is down, Spy is down. No, it's legal in Canada. I'm talking about it in the United States. Yeah, something. You're right though. Something is popping. There must be some little news up regarding the sector. Has to be something regarding the sector. All right, BE right back up. Now looking left is yeah 1734. That might stall it though. If I get through that, then it has a shot to get to 18, and that's the BE. So it is right back up. Yeah, this is holding. You know, AMSC is holding. But again, you just have to look left, look left on these on this monthly chart, and you see a couple of areas that it might struggle to get through. If it can get through, oops. And I'm going to back out the monthly chart to see. Yeah, I mean, so this is such a key area. If this could be on the watch list tomorrow for a complete a continuation. I mean, it's already had a fantastic few months, basically a triple. But if it can get through that area right there around the 1640 mark, I mean, you've got to go back to 2014 to see these highs. So there's really no resistance for AMSC unless you think highs of 6 years ago is going to block it. Hey, give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. So what is it? Is that one player that has been tested positive, or is it a bunch of them? Three of them. So what does that mean? A red bar ignored. I don't see any red bar ignores. You know, like when I see a bunch of. I mean, this is moving down, so usually you see a red bar ignored when the stock is moving higher. Green bar ignored. Okay. That one, no, no. It's not totally engulfed by the previous green candle. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's not going to keep going down, but the more interesting thing is what's going to happen to their next game. Does that mean, are they going to do the Major League Baseball and cancel the next game? I mean, that'll throw it, obviously the NFL in total disarray. Boy, I wish this weren't here. This AAMSC looks really good. But, again, I just look at these two, 1633 and 1644. That area right there might stall it. So it might turn into a short at some point if it really stalls right around here. Well, I know hockey was very different because they literally did play in just the two cities and all, and it was really bubble contained. But I was amazed that no positive tests for whatever the 8 weeks the playoffs went on. Well, okay, I don't want this devolve into. Yeah, congrats. Okay, that's about all I'll say. Congrats. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. I mean, I know they expanded their rosters. I don't know what the typical roster was, but it was probably at least 10 or 15 more. $16? Oh, is that all? I thought it was even more. I thought it was okay. Well, that was a great alert. 1583, 1634 right now for AMSC, sorry. I will answer that question. Yes, he is. So I don't know. I mean, this is 929. I see a little headline: CBD beverages market is booming worldwide by top emerging key players. Canopy. I don't know if that's the reason why there's this little pop in the marijuana index and the marijuana stocks, cannabis players. I don't know. Remember these high flyers from yesterday? One day up, next day down. WWR. All right, guys. Well, I am, yeah, looking at Tesla. Yeah, nice little move for Tesla. All right, this could be an interesting one. Now, look, it's complete chase mode right now for A&F. Complete chase mode. The only thing that's attracting me to it is it's just now below the 14, the whole number, but you're in chase mode. Not quite as much on that. Well, you're in chase mode on the 15. And the 200-day moving average is 12, so it's way below. Boy, A&F just weak. Weak, weak, weak. Look at this daily candle. Yeah, this is on the move. Boy, what a great break here. I've seen this one from 26.86 right there on that 5-minute break. Just looking to see if there's any specific news for this one. I don't see anything for 1M. What a disaster. This is not typical, guys. I mean, this is typical of what used to happen, 3, 4, 5 years ago. Stock does a big reverse split, tanks the day of, almost, getting back to where the reverse, I mean, this would have to get back to 20 odd cents. But a lot of times what happens is, if they're smart, they try to, prop the price up for a while anyway, then have a press release and get some action in it. But boy, this is just being kicked. And the interesting thing too is that if you look at the daily chart, I remember these now. This is, again, this is adjusted, but there was a lot of activity. I mean, look at the activity here. This is a price adjusted. But I remember, I think there was a day when it went from 40 to 80 cents or something like that. I think it almost got up to $1 maybe. I don't know, real. I mean, there was 1.6 million shorts. There's one. That's what I see. I see 1.6 million shorts available for CBay. 1.66. So, unless there's an amazing run on that, I don't see that happening. Unless my eyes are wrong and it's only 1,000 shares. Well, let's see if 7 holds. If not, then 691 looks like pretty good support. Okay, guys, so our development team has told me that the stop should be working now. So let me just take a trade in CBay and let's just see. Okay, I just want to buy. I'm going to buy it. Oops, that's why. Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, I just bought it, and now I'm going to put the stop in. I want to put a stop at, say, fairly tight, 714. I'll put a target at 730. Trying to put the close to, I just want to see if these are working now. This was in the simulator. Okay, so I bracketed this. Let's just see. In fact, I see shorts covering. It's gone from 1.6 to 1.7 now, million shorts. Come on, just pop up to 730, see if it takes it out. I might have to do a complete reboot. I did a reset of the account. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay, so they're working. It just took me out of the trade. Closed. Okay. So Don T, it appears that everything is working now again. I would just do I don't know if you have to, but I would just do a reset. Okay, go to the account and do a reset. I don't know if you absolutely have to do that, but that's what I did just to make sure. Look at the volume that came in. Yeah, look at the volume. KNDI. Oh boy, I wish this one was shortable. Typically on the day of a reverse split though, typically shares are not available to short. And that's the JE. So this will only have, in theory, divide that by 85 or 33 into 85. So about 2.5 million shares in the float now. Wow, look at Fossil. Oh man, what are the what is the retail sector doing here? Just I can't find it. I'm just looking for the retail sector. Okay, so I'm just looking at XRT. Look at the retail sector. It's just getting crushed here. What's Nordstrom's doing? Boy. Well, guys, okay, so market is just look like we want to go down again. Here it is, a green bar ignored, another red bar forming, sort of a green bar ignored. Yeah, 2841, that's what I have real. 2841 on the cross for 1M, 2 minute chart. 5 is trying to catch up, but it's not there yet. Tilly or TCS sort of surprised me. I was looking for, yeah, a bit of a continuation drop. Still struggling to get through 7 TCS. I'm going to stick an alert up here just in case it does. Well, I better redo it. Boy, look at OMI. Wow, look at TCS, guys. TCS was languishing just underneath 7 for quite a while. But look at OMI. Man, what a strong stock. So there was the alert, 2233. Pretty steady. There was the alert. It did have the pullback there, but since then, just a very steady run. All right, guys, I'm getting set to, or soon to take my break. I think Steve is in the YouTube feed today. Yeah, I have a price alert set right down here, real, in case it, that was, so your cross, again, I know we've talked about this, but 28.43, close enough. On the 2-minute chart for 1M. Any chance? Not really. I mean, chance. I mean, I suppose anything's possible, but I doubt it. So there's cross we're talking about, everybody. There's that 80 MA crossing down below the 20 SMA. On my chart, it looks like it's right at around 28.42, 43. So that can set up a short, which is working well. 28.30, that's close enough. Close enough. I mean, I'm trying to eyeball it. I've got like maybe 28.41 or something. It's close enough. I think our crosses now are very, very similar. All right, guys, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. Okay, I have to keep an eye on this one. Finding the crosses. I mean, I haven't been able to pay as much attention as I like to the crosses reel, but the crosses seem to be a little more powerful and more easy to trade than the standard deviation. Reason being is that sometimes the standard deviations it happens very quickly, whereas the cross, I mean, look how a lot of time to get into that 1M. You didn't have to get in right at 23, 28, 30, but it held there for a while. Or sometimes, these channel breaks, I mean, you see the big spike and it moves down almost immediately. So what's supposed to happen at noon for KNDI? A big presentation of some sort? Now, yes. Just briefly under 20 cents. I got to take a break, but briefly, well, right on the cross. 20. Well, I didn't get in right at the cross. I, real pointed it out. So when I looked, I saw 28, 40, 42 or so. So I mean, and it held there for a bit. It didn't like just start to surge down. So right around there is when I got in 28.35. But you had a lot of time. So I'm saying the crosses seem to be a little more gentler. You don't get the cross and then boom. Whereas some of these channel breaks, it pokes on the top of it breaks through the channel and it just drops. Well, I'd have to say that let's see, AMSC 1583, 1641 now. This one, of course, was fast. 450, got up to 640. OMI 2233, 2314. This one, no. Well, it got to 249. And BE still hanging around. So far, so good on my watch list, considering that everything is long and the market is down. right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in that I'll be taking off. Time is at 11:57, so I'm expecting Steve. By the way, I just want to put, I want to put the, if you want to follow along with Steve in the YouTube feed, he is typically the one who gives you the trades of the week. All right, guys, I'm just, there he is. Hi, Steve. Okay, I'll stop my feed, the YouTube feed.
All right, I'm seeing my screen. Let's put that on mute. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday noon edition of Barry's Break and whatever it is you guys would like to talk about. Starting from the general perspective, thank you, loud and clear, good to know. I talked yesterday in Jamie's webinar about this underside of the S&P 500 SPY 50-day moving average, and I coined a new term. I used to call it, well, a lot of people called it bouncing into the pocket. The pocket being right here, right on the underneath of the averages rather than support. I'm just going to start calling it the armpit because that's kind of what it reminds me of. So SPYs bounced into the armpit, got caught up yesterday. The highs of today also got caught up. So this 50-day moving average is for real, just like it was on the upside, acting as support and support. And so now it's kind of acting as resistance. And if we go look at the NASDAQ, kind of the same story, but respectively a little different. The NASDAQ, the Qs are playing the same game, but they're playing it off of their 20-day moving average. They have cleared their 50. So what I'm watching for is the NASDAQ to possibly post a few days closing above this 20-day moving average and the 50 together, and that might start to portend clean air and blue skies above. We'll see. The NASDAQ has been the leader, but, we'll see. It's a long day still. All right, Bill's pointing out Peloton. Just a juggernaut for sure. And according to our data, Peloton still has, there's no short float data for Peloton today. That's interesting. It actually was a trade of the week for our trade of the week. Way back here. Actually, it was right here. Hasn't looked back since. Am I in it? No. I got out a long time ago. Hello, Nadaya. Thanks for showing up. So these hours are pretty much just off the cuff, the seat of our pants, whatever you want to call it. You guys can dictate what you want to talk about, whether it's trade ideas, technology, or how do I scan for something, or you want to look at charts. We can spend the time doing that. Gain, that's right. Gain. I did a one-on-one with you, and I can't believe I just spaced on that. Nice to see you, Gain. My bad. My eyes are failing me. So is my brain. You popped your last name in there this time. Okay, so a few people are popping in and joining. some of you might know that I was extremely bullish on gold and silver, and we had a major breakdown last week, and I got out of all my positions because most of the charts in gold and silver now look something like this: a horrible breakdown from the 50-day moving average. I got out kind of in this area, and they're all bouncing back up to kind of where I got out, but this is a big tell right here. Newmont Gold Miner is the gold standard, not to be a play on words, of miners. And let me just clear my, there we go. The it keeps doing that to me. I'll just highlight it here. This moving average, we bounced right into this moving average. And the high of the day, wouldn't you know it, right there, the high of the day just kissed that declining 10 period. So now I'm just going to sit back and watch and see if these things can recover. All right, Gain had a question. Is there an alert that shows a stock that's going up when SPY is going down? Well, here's how we could do that. The only way you could do that would be to have a new alert, and we'll call it new highs. So actually, it doesn't even have to be new highs. We can use something called running up. Running up confirmed. That just means their Trade Ideas has identified the stock is running up, and it's not just a few prints. And so that would be your running up. However, this is where it gets interesting. SPY, change in SPY. Well, we could pick any one of these time intervals. We could say change, if you want to see it running down, then it might make sense to use a 15, or let's use the 15. It's my favorite interval. So we would add that filter and say in the last 15 minutes, the SPY has to be down, 0.3% or something like that. And we would clear out all these other items so that all you would have is new highs. I'm sorry. I'll repeat that. All you would have is stocks running up. One more thing we might want to do is change from the close. Let's maybe make sure it's up, 0.5% on the day. It's up on the day. In the last 15 minutes right here, the S&P has gone down 0.3% in the last 15 minutes. So that would be the way you would consider doing it. And for vice versa, remember what we can do. Gain is we would just flip. Vice versa, running down, and then it changes our filters to show stocks that are up at least 0.3% in the last 15 minutes on the S&P change, that is. So that's a good question, and it can be done. You just have to figure out the event first. New high, new low. In this case, it didn't need to be a new high. It could be. You could even do a 15-minute high to match the 15-minute change in the S&P. You would do something like this. Let's go back to running up. Let's just cancel all that. Oh, I blew it. What you would do would be something like this. And again, we're talking about running up is our event. And we would make sure that S&P change 15 minutes was down. Or, what I was going to say before I mixed that up, is you could just say change in 15 minutes. So you're actually pairing the two. So change in 15 minutes, there it is right there, percent. Actually, no, we want to do new 15-minute high. Do we have that? What do we have for new high? There it is. This is what I meant to do. So forget all the rambling I was just doing. What I'm trying to do is pair the 15-minute high with the S&P going down at the same time frame. So we would add that alert. Okay, 15-minute high. So the stock just made a new 15-minute high. However, the stock also, we didn't make that change yet. And we had that at 0.5 change on the day. S&P change 15 minutes, negative 0.3%. So this would give us stocks making new 15-minute highs, but only if the S&P was down in the last 15 minutes. So hopefully that makes sense. gain. Pretty easy to configure, as you can see. All I really have in there is change from the close up 0.5%. S&P has to be down 0.3% in the last 15 minutes. And our event is a 15-minute new high. So two things going in the opposite direction on the same time frame. That's probably the best way to approach it, using that same time frame for both. All right, I'm going to delete that. All right, Rhythmic. So if I'm understanding this right, this alert will act like a scanner that shows the stocks that are up while the S&P is down. That's correct. That's the genius of the Trade Ideas platform, is that we specialize in real time. And I will explain why. Every single stock out there has a database in our system. So XYZ is our example stock, and we can go back, 10, 15, or 20 days, and we can look and see what are the normal parameters for volume and a time frame, or average true range, size of the candle. So many things we can measure, and we can monitor them in real time, and we can start to stack things on top of each other like I just did. So, stocks making a new high while the S&P is making a new low. That can be done. There are things that can be done. There are things that necessarily always can't be done. We don't always have exactly all the time frames that people want. Some people like moving average crossovers. We don't always have all the perfect time frames. How can you go back and get that? Yeah, I'll create it again, Jay, and then I will share it. And if you don't know how to use the sharing feature, I'll show you again. So we're going to do new alert window. We're going to start from scratch, no filters. We're going to say 15-minute high is our event. We will enable that. All right. And we also want S&P change in the last 15 minutes as a filter. So we'll highlight that, add that filter. And as my example showed, negative 0.3% change in a 15-minute. This is how we express that in the maximum column, -3. For you math whizzes, which is not me, remember the timeline or the number line, the linear lines. We had the negative numbers, and then to the right, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. On the positive integers, we're just capping. We're capping our number line here, our linear number line at -3, so we don't see anything above -3, which would be -2, -1, etc. But everything below that we will catch. So the SPY could be down 1%, in 15 minutes, and we would still catch that. And that's the logic behind the way we configure this here. And then lastly, we want the stock that we're scanning for that pops up to satisfy the filter of being up, change from the close. You click that button right there. The price was up at least 0.5% from the close. So those three parameters right there can kind of give us an interesting little layout. We can even say minimum price 5, maximum 500, and likely it's going to be a smart thing to do average daily volume. Go back 3 months on the average daily volume and say, I only want to see things that are doing at least 300,000 shares a day on average. And then we would say edit, tab in the summary tab. We'll give it a window name and call it new 15-minute high with falling SPY. And that's nice how that rhymes. Just kind of rolls off the tongue. So there is our alert. Let's look at what we have here. The first one is ZI, making a new 15-minute high. And that was about 15 minutes ago, because it looks like, see, this is 15 minutes ago, 54 minutes after the hour. The SPY probably is no longer down 0.3%. How can we know? Well, let's look up here. This is our single stock window. Let's find that data point, the 15-minute change of the SPY. Change in 15 minutes. There it is. We'll add that column. Now we can see what the 15-minute value, that 0.1, there it is. You guys see that? So this is why this scan stopped working at 8:59 Pacific time. Now, if the SPYs go back to low and drop back into a negative 0.3 15-minute change, then this alert might start lighting up again. All right, so let me delete that, and I will save and share this scan for those that want to use it. Copy. And new 15-minute high scan. If you don't know how to use that cloud, you can let me know and I'll demonstrate it. Yeah, Yeah, there's the collaborate for you, Jay. Hello, Mike C. Yeah, sometimes, Jay, it just people who are 5 days new or even a week new to our program, they don't know really how to kind of talk to it. I mean, there is kind of a bit of a language involved, and I'll call it pidgin English for the most part. But once you start to realize what the players are, and very important, just go to the search tab and start talking it out. I'd like to maybe look at some standard deviations. Okay, there's my choices. We can actually create an event off a standard deviation with the red and green, or we can just use standard deviations as a filter to say only show me stocks that are super overbought or oversold. Dave, I need to wait for prints to close. What was the context of that question? Which one were you talking about? I guess if you're talking about the scan we just created, it would wait for the 15-minute candle to close before those data points are in. So yeah, Jay, you've only been with us for a week, so this is a real important tab. Again, I brought this up for you. Just talk your way through here. Pivots. Do we have things on pivots? We sure do. This is really an interesting thing. You could say distance from pivot. All right, check this out. Let's add this. Well, let's do a new scan. Let's say I want to see 15-minute pullbacks to a pivot. Okay. Before the 15-minute scan worked. Yeah, Dave, it would be a waiting for the 15-minute candles periods to close. Let's do a new alert window and say, I only want to see stocks making a 15-minute low, or actually, no, new low. I want a new low. That would make more sense. New low is our event. New low on the day, nothing else. But as I just mentioned, if you're somebody who likes pivots, we have a algorithm here that tries to identify the pivot levels. And I think it's pretty darn good. Let's see if we can find something. So what we do is we add this filter. And here is the way we would do this, all right? We want to just kind of bookend, if you will, the distance around a pivot. Let's use something a little sloppy, maybe no more than 1/10% above and no less than a negative 1/10% below. So there's our 0.2% window with ideally that pivot right there in the sweet spot coming off of a new low. New low is our event. We'll leave change from the close open. We'll do minimum $5. And we'll do average daily volume something. Didn't see it in there, so we'll have to add average daily volume. Once I unfreeze here. Wow, really freezing up. Average daily volume. We can use 10 days. And say 300,000 shares, average daily volume. So let's review. We'll hide the unused and simplify here. All we're doing is looking for a new low on the day. Doesn't matter if it's up or down, red or green on the day. But we want that new low to show us right at a pivot level. Let's just see what it shows up here. Most recent thing to come through is a few seconds ago. VAR. That's not a good chart because this is an acquisition target. So let's go to the history mode. BWX. Okay, so BWX right here. All right, let's look at this. This is kind of interesting. So there's our low on that arrow right there. All right, there's our low that triggered. But where did it trigger? It triggered right there. And that seems to be a pivot point. Why? Support, support, support. Bit of resistance coming back into this level right here. That's kind of interesting. Let's look at DHI. There's our event right there. Can we identify a pivot point? I think so. Support, support, support. Sloppy resistance, bit of support, and bit of resistance. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, I mean, that's just the beginning steps. You could start to work into things and say, hey, I only want to see things that are up on the day or down on the day or in a 5-day low range, etc. All right, let me see if I'm catching up here. Okay, so I'm going to turn that off. Another question, created a stock list from the symbol list to add stocks manually. How can I delete stocks? The only way to delete stocks that you have created in a symbol list, remember you can add them. I can say DHI, send DHI to my symbol list. Any one of these symbol lists I can send it on the fly, but I can't delete it on the fly. So you really have to go back to Tools, Symbol List, and go find it individually, and then just grab it and delete it in that window. Not an easier way. Can you talk about the last week's trade of the week? APT got in when it was triggered. Looks like it's catching up. Your opinion, Dom? Yeah, I'll speak about it again today as well, but I'll tell you exactly what I will say. I bought it where I was supposed to, and then I didn't care for this close down here. Kind of followed my own rules about getting out when a stock closes below the key moving averages. However, sometimes that fakes people out, especially a pretty tight one right there. But remember, this was the market falling out of bed at the same time. I wasn't really interested in giving anything any credibility or any chance or second chance, if you will. So I just kind of cleared the decks on a lot of things. Now, going forward with 4 extra days, this stock is starting to look pretty good again. Notice it's back above its moving averages after this little round trip here. I didn't care for that round trip either. So if you're still in it, there's absolutely no reason to get out. What I would do is key off of the fact that you can see here today's low off the 20, yesterday's low off the 20, and the day before that the low is off the 20. So it seems this stock is showing a behavior and a propensity to want to not close below that 20-day moving average, where you can also see it starting to flatten and curl back up. That's also kind of important, is what is the shape? You know, these moving averages are sloping down. Well, now they're flattening out and maybe starting to turn back up. So this could be a winner that backed up and dumped me out for a small loss, and hopefully it's your gain, but there's no reason to get out of it right now. Okay, all right, Jay. Thank you, Jay. It's not learned overnight. I mean, I'll just keep repeating that. And that's why we try to do these daily seminars to keep people engaged and figure out what it is they're trying to look for and show you guys how to speak to the system and get what you want. Where the system doesn't shine and where it has a more difficult time is when somebody says, okay, I want to see stocks that went to a 52-week low, bounced up, held for 3 days, and then went to new highs. That's too many ifs, thans, and buts. We need to see kind of just an event as things are happening. And that event can be shaped and overlaid over 10-day ranges, 5-day ranges, and things like that. But once you start once you start including the word then, the then word really can kind of catch us. Okay, yes. What did I mean by the Qs? So NASDAQ, I just look at the ETFs. Always the ETFs for me. NASDAQ is the Qs. We call them the QQQ, and then SPY is the S&P 500, and both of them are just a little heavy today. What I notice is that they tried to breach and get back above the almighty 10-day moving average, which, by the way, look at how much this thing worked on Friday. Boom, boom, all the way. Momentum is held by the 10. Yesterday we came in, gapped up, and we really just flatlined right at that level I was showing you. And then we broke down below. And now we are on the other side of the mountain here on the 15-minute charts. The 10 SMA seems to be holding the price down. And the NASDAQ Qs, same situation over there. Tried to breach on the open, fell back below, and got hung up again. Now they're back handily, pretty much under. So for the most part, in this moment in time, the NASDAQ on the daily and the 15 is really a bit under pressure. That's not to say that it can't release later today or even tomorrow. I came across a great saying, and it had nothing to do with trading, but I'm going to start applying it to trading, and that is that an arrow can only be shot by pulling it backwards first. And that's kind of where we are right now. We're caught up in these moving averages. Again, whether you want to look at the S&P or you want to look at the NASDAQ, we are caught up in these moving averages, and I'll even call this a pivot point. Let's just do this. Let's just move this up right here, and we are just in kind of a full-blown pivot point now. So if the chance of the price action is going to get back above, we may have to sit here for a few days, maybe even a bit of a pullback and fill that gap. And that's the analogy I was using. Pull the arrow back in order for it to launch forward. That's what the bulls are hoping for anyway. I'm not trying to make a prediction here. I am honestly pretty much in all cash. I am watching to see what's going to happen. These are not setups that I want to jump in and go long on right now. And I don't really want to go short either. That hasn't worked out well. I've tried a few times along the way in the last year. Wasn't wise, and you quickly get out for a loss. No, go back to APT. What I was saying is the reason I got out of APT was, let's go back again. Let's count back how many days I got out. I got out on this day 4 days ago. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this was coming off a really bad day. We probably opened up gap down at this support level, and I said I don't need to be trusting a bunch of longs right now when the general backdrop back here was looking pretty ugly. So I was using the backdrop of the market, and that was the S&P. We can even use the Qs, as I mentioned. Not quite as bad, but they were still on lows when I decided to get out of APT. Well, now the market has bounced, proved me wrong in that particular respect. Where we go from here, we'll see. That's what I was just talking about today. We've jumped right into these moving averages. And honestly, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. It would be honestly perfectly healthy for this little gap right here to become filled over the next day and a half. Pull it back and release the arrow. Here's my bow and arrow. So we're just in kind of a holding pattern here as far as I'm concerned right now and today. This isn't really telling me anything other than that bounce, that oversold bounce. It wasn't quite oversold, but the bounce off of the support levels that I drew, and I'll talk about again in the webinar today. These are pivot levels once again. In hindsight, it became kind of clear. In the moment, it wasn't so clear that we might find support at that pivot level, but we did. And hindsight is making it much more clear. So yeah, because the Qs broke out and went lower, I got out of APT. It wasn't me comparing APT with the Qs. No, the hierarchy goes as follows. Rhythmic. What's the market doing first? All right. You could even slide in there. Okay, what's the sectors doing? Is it a strong sector? Is it a strong market and a strong sector? And your stock is in all that? Green light. Is it a strong market? Check. Are you trying to buy an oil stock today? Probably not a good idea because oil, I think last time I looked, was getting beat up pretty bad. There it is. Okay. Oil stocks, sector. Here they are at the bottom. Oils. There we are right there. There's my example in real time. You want to try and buy ConocoPhillips today? Well, probably not a good idea. Even if the market was stable, again, the hierarchy is the market. Okay, in this case, the SPY. The sector comes next, and then the stock. OIH is the sector, oil driller, oil service. ConocoPhillips is a stock. So there's a three-pronged approach, and I'm always going to defer to the backdrop. So in the case of APT, what got me spooked was being in this kind of a market right here, and the next day opening up a little bit lower. Probably down here on lows is probably right where I just said I'm not going to stick around for these things. But that's not the first time I've been faked out, and it won't be the last time either. So that's the reason. Backdrop first, sector is a close second, and then your individual stock is going to be the third. Yes, I am in cash now. I'm tempted. Yes, am I tempted to get back in? It's a great question. I'll let you know exactly. I was in the as you know, I was in many of these mining names, gold and silver mining names, but Newmont is probably a great example of my biggest fear. All right, you sell back here, you watch all this, you watch it all bounce back out, My biggest fear is to jump right back in where I sold, but look at this. It's running right into the armpit, right into the declining moving average. I'm basically guessing if I want to jump back into all these things today just because they're putting in a low volume bounce, look at the volume declining, that's not enough for me. I've been faked out too many times where I buy underneath this moving average and then I'm a hoper. I'm not a trader, I'm a hoper. I'm hoping that the price will bow and arrow and pull it back and move up through. Why not just wait for confirmation, sit in cash, wait for confirmation for these things to work out? Because right now it looks like Newmont is doing exactly what I would fear if I had bought this morning or at the close yesterday, just running right into a declining moving average. What are your thoughts on the 2 SMA? I don't have any thoughts on the crosses, Dom. I just used the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Here's a good example right here. Here, this is all I need to see. This is a sector, strong sector, solars. Got its moving average, pass, all day long, momentum, gap up, a little bit of slop, back above, pass, gap up, here we are, pass. This thing does not want to pull back, and so if you want to trade things that are in motion, the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart is going to give you a great look. I've never been one for moving average crossovers, but that doesn't mean that they don't work for you or other people. Trading is an art form. It is not a science, so there's not one right way to do it or point to. Now, I will say this, Dom, on the bigger picture, I will, I might have misread your question saying, am I waiting for crossovers to take action on an entry? No, but I will pay attention to things like this right here. When the 10 crossed over the 20 in the S&P, when the 10 crossed the 50 in the S&P, and we are still undecided here on whether the 20 is going to cross below the 50. I will pay attention to those things, but that's just bigger picture type stuff. If I misread your question in terms of, intraday moving average crossovers for signal entries and exits, no. I'm only going to use the 15-minute chart with a 10 SMA. But on the daily chart, I will take note of major crossovers on the daily stuff. All right, you got it. That's a good answer, good question. What is the sector ETF list? Okay, so this is just a top list. And all I've done is created a symbol list called ETFs. I got 32 of them in there. Oh, well, hold on a second. There we go. It seems like when I broadcast, my system really freezes up. So, I will happily copy those and drop them into our chat. They come through kind of funky, actually. They're not spaced out. That doesn't really work, but if you want to try and figure those out. Oh, they are spaced. There you go. Cool. So that's my list. So all I do is I created a top list with nothing in it. Literally, there's no filters. I'm just looking at columns, change from the close, relative volume, and company name. Why do I have company name in there? Because if you don't know what the ETF is, the company name will tell you what ETF they are. So every day, this is changed from the close, and I just come in and just see what's going on. So the solars continue to be strong. There's my silver and the gold miners, but again, they're running smack right into some declining moving averages, and I'm just going to wait and see what happens. That's right, Dave. Hope is not a strategy, so I'm going to take that out of the equation. I'm going to wait for my pitch. That's like that's like a guy, being walked at the plate. He decides to lean over and swing at one of the walk pitches. Why do that? Okay. The My Holdings symbols list, does that correspond to your current positions in B plus My Holdings? Where would My Holdings be? I'm not sure which one you were looking at. I'm sorry there for the Hassam for the confusion. The My Holdings symbol list. So, it was probably an old symbol list that I had. What I've done instead, yeah, see, there's only 2 in there. What I've done instead is I just created a list. I've got some stuff in my 401k that's not in there in the moment, and that is down here. So TGB was a stock I was really interested in. I'm waiting for my pitch in TGB to come back down here and maybe kiss off this blue line. You can see that blue line is a price alert. I'm just kind of guesstimating that maybe I'd be interested. I'll move that up a little bit. I might be interested if it comes down to that level, and it will alert me. Yeah, it's a default symbol list. Okay, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Dave reminded me. But again, what I just did is I just built my own high-low ticker. It's just stocks making new highs and lows, high and low, and the symbol list points towards my 401k. All right, I think we're all caught up. I don't know if there's anybody in from the Discord group, but they were trading this AMBO yesterday. It's not my cup of tea, but I was helping, walk them through some ideas. It kind of bounced off of as we spoke of a minute ago, bounced off a pivot line. Come on, redraw. There it is. See this line going back? I'm going to pull it back just a little bit. There we go. So it's touching resistance this day, this day, this day, and this day. We'll forget this day. That was an anomaly. But 4 days of resistance. Well, yesterday the stock gapped up, as you can see, and it came down. But where did it find support? This line is superimposed into my 15. Look at that, how that worked out. So pivot lines are interesting. When you're not quite sure, look left on the daily chart and look for where prior resistance levels were, and those can become future support levels. So AMBO gave them a little bit of a heart attack on the open with a gap down, but good news. AMBO is back on the prowl here, above and passing the tests of the 10 moving average here. So maybe this thing has a little bit to go. If it takes out that high from yesterday, it could be a quick run up. I don't know if anybody is in here from there, but that's what I'm seeing on that. And there's silver trying to frustrate me. But again, this is pretty much where I got out last week. And it's just running right smack into this. So I'm not going to be a guesser. Until we get next questions, well, you're the next question, Dom. So BCLI for a swing trade. Let's see what BCLI looks like for a swing trade. Well, if you're not in it, you might want to wait for it to regroup. All right. Hindsight's always perfect. And if you're stalking these things in the moment, look at how that beautiful candle after 3 days of sell-off. If you're the person who chased this, you had to sit through this. If you're the person who's going to chase this, you might have to sit through this. So, I would say this on this. It looks like it's made a beautiful move. This is what you need to key off of right here. If this thing finds a way to touch this simple moving average in the next day or two, that can become your entry. If you really want in and you have a fear of missing out, in my experience, 3 or 4 green candles in a row don't seem to have too much extra run in them before they want to consolidate and take a breath. Again, pull the arrow back so we can maybe launch it higher. But once these things start to show up, and that's BCLI is showing up, meaning it's breaking out, and the moving averages are now fanned out. 10 above the 20, above the 50, which should start to move higher. All you want to do is just kind of play off that 10-day moving average. If you can get an entry off there, great. Now, if you are currently long, that might be a different story. I'd be watching the intraday 10-period moving average for any break of profit taking. I only have enough voice for an hour, and then an hour again at 5 Eastern. Mike, trying to kill me. Where can I find the info on these symbol lists? Okay, so here's something you might want to do. You have to make your own symbol list if they're one named coronavirus. Well, Hassan, here's what you want to do. What's BCLI? All right, BCLI is cell therapeutic. So let's just start here. Let's go to our single stock window, arrow over to this last tab called similar. This is where you're going to find your list of similar stocks in relation to BCLI, our target. So as we go through here, These are all stocks that are going to be in the same vein. So you could take a solar stock like Run. Look at this Run. Run is having. Here's our list of solar stocks in relation to Run. You'd want to watch VSLR. You'd want to watch DKLY, LII. It doesn't have them all, but the same thing can be done for like gold miners. Newmont, okay, well, we got a lot of gold miners that we can play off as well. So that's probably the best place to start. And then once you find the list of ideas that you like, all you really need to do is just create a new symbol list, right? Give it a name, and then one by one, you can drop symbols in one by one. That's step one. Step two, again, is to configure any of our menus will be the same for any scan. You'll have the symbol list option right here. This is where you would go, find the symbol list that you created, and then you enable it right here. And all this will do is only monitor the items in that list. If you don't want that, then you go back to all symbols for every scan. That's probably going to be the best way to do that. Because I'll tell you, some of the pre-baked, sectors that we may have had in the past, they're constantly being updated, or they're in constant need of updating. They don't always get updated. All right, I think we're all caught up. Hopefully, if I haven't answered any questions correctly, let me know. Sometimes you have to click an existing list to get a new symbol list to show up. Oh, okay, so I know what you're talking about. You only have to click it once, really. When you're in symbol list, notice I've got 401k and warrants. Well, what if I want to see the one I have up here called ETFs? So this is the button we have to go to first. This is the master list. There's my ETF. See how it came over here now. So you only really have to go there once. Once you find it and enable it, or I'm sorry, bring it into the mix, then you would enable it here. But look, I just changed the consistency of it because I turned that on. I have to go back and go to all symbols. I'll just X out of that. So only once do you have to do that, once you've located it. And look at Silver, he just wants to drive me nuts here. That's okay, because it's going to run right smack into that moving average, and I'll just have to wait and see what happens. I made my bed by getting out and panicking. In hindsight, it was a panic. Now I'm going to have to figure out how I get back in. You knew that you just wanted to know more info on each of the symbol. Oh, so there's more info in there. There's some predefined ones that I made, and there's some predefined ones that you might see on your own, and you can just kind of play around with them and see what pops in there. Okay. The symbols are above, so if you scroll higher above, all the symbols are in there. You have to create your own symbol list, but just for this is really just an empty shell that you have to point your own symbols towards, but I'm happy to share it. There we go. I'll call it my sector list. Yeah, there you go. But from there, you're going to want to create a symbol list. If you scroll higher, there's a bunch of my symbols that are in there. You just have to go to Tools and Symbol List, and then create that list to make it yourself. And then once you've got it, you just drop all those ETFs in there. And that should work for you. All right, I think we're caught up. Is there a way to keep a top list from updating? Let's see. Config. No, I'm sorry. Time frame. Yeah, here's how I would do it. Use historical data and use this date right here, 9:42. There. So you see I just locked it into 9:42 Pacific time. It's actually 9:40 to 9:44. So you're going to get a 5-minute snapshot, and that's what you're going to get. So everything that popped into this window in the last 5 minutes, we're freezing it and locking it here. So it can be done. You just need to remember to go back to live always. And that's when it updates every 30 seconds. The NASDAQ doesn't want to give up at all. Again, it would be, quite honestly, it would be healthy for the bulls to just slide sideways here for 2 or 3 days, maybe even a little bit of a scary pullback on the open tomorrow, maybe to fill that gap. Once that happens, the coast could be clear for the analogy to pull the arrow back and send it back up higher. But it's just not, it's not realistic to look at the price today and just say, oh, it's going to cut through these levels like butter, like a hot knife. It's going to require a little bit of give and take, a little bit of pull. There are still people who are, vehemently selling at these levels. So there's a battle taking place. And if you haven't read the book, The Art of War, it's an interesting book. The Art of Trading is a book that is a spin-off of The Art of War, just like The Art of the Deal we've heard of. But in The Art of War, it talks about a general that comes upon 2 factions that are warring. You're better off sitting in the bushes and not picking a side until you see who wins that battle and then teaming up with that side. So that's the same analogy. I remember that chapter from The Art of Trading. When you see a level where the buyers and sellers are having a war, which is what's happening right here, let's just stand aside and see who wins first, and then we'll associate and align ourselves with the victors rather than jump in and pick a side. I do not know when Holly 2.0 will be live in terms of swing trading. It's live right now, but there's nothing coming through that bucket today. It's going to be adapted for swing trading hopefully soon. I've learned my lesson to not put a time frame or a date on things. Just trying to go down a list from hey top list, and it updated, and my list was different. Did that help though, Dave? Just right click and go to history and use historical date and use the most current time frame. And that should freeze it for you anyway. Just trying to go down a list from the top list, and it updated. And my list was different. Okay, you're working on that. Good. Okay. Yeah, there's really no way to freeze it. I mean, unless you want to just freeze the entire platform and disconnect, it'll stay frozen, but so will all your other alerts. So this is going to become the intraday test of interest in the SPY. What's going to happen right here? We'll see. All right, you guys got me for another 10 minutes or so. The time flies when I'm talking away, so feel free to keep me focused on questions or concepts. Or if you want to look at charts, we can certainly do that. The airline's having a rough go of it today. Under pressure. Can you show the symbol list you have in the sector? Well, if it's not above, I'll drop it in again. Okay, it's those symbols right there. Those are the ones from the ETF, sector ETF. That's what all these symbols are in here. And they're sorted by color and range based on close from yesterday. You're welcome. Here comes the big test in the SPY, and I bet the NASDAQ is pushing through. It's trying to push through. Again, the NASDAQ is just so much stronger. The pullbacks are more shallow. It's pretty much a flat line here the last 2 days in the NASDAQ and the Qs. Let's see, OMI for a chart look. Whoa. Obviously news or something. Medical, dental, hospital equipment. They obviously got some news. Giant neck snapping gap. So all of these shorts that were enjoying a nice 3-week short run here are now having to cover. But this is no man's land to me up here. This is, you're just kind of asking for it if you buy these fourth green candles. And then we move backwards in time, and you can see there's a big resistance level right here. So let's draw that up. So that may come into play. It's through it right now, but you never know. It might, by the end of the day, the sellers might have something to say about that. For me, I would just wait and see if things go sideways and gather back up. Unless you're really on top of the news and you're following this stuff and you know what's going on, you could have taken a chance on the gap up. But even that first candle right there looked like a reversal candle. That's a tough one, to say at this point. I wouldn't chase it personally. I wouldn't buy it with Sean's money. Neo, pin the SMA and go. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, if you're talking about the 10 SMA, there is a pretty darn good example. Push in the morning, sideways. These are the interesting entries that I try to teach people they can take. Rather than be the guy that chased this new high and then you suffered an hour and a half of consolidation, now you're happy. Why not just be the one to wait for the consolidation? Once again, the art of war. Wait for the two factions to find out who's going to be the winner and maybe join them right here. Yeah, that's a very good looking chart. Thank you for pointing that one out. On B plus, when I load it, the closed positions from previous day disappear. Is there any way to retrieve them? No, the only way to retrieve them until we make more of a giant dashboard so people can analyze all their trades. Right now we just have the vehicle. We don't have the analytics for it. But what I've been telling people to do and what people can do is they can just right click in the body of open positions or the closed positions, and every single column, just grab, highlight, copy, paste, and drop that into a spreadsheet. That's going to be the only way you can track that stuff. Is there a bug with the monthly chart in Jivo? There might be. Let's see. It could be a data bug. The candles are below the bottom of the chart. No, I don't see one, but make sure what you're doing is you're holding the control key down when you spin the mouse wheel. If I just spin the mouse wheel, we go back in time. All right, but if I hold the control wheel down, everything stays in view, but we zoom out and bring all the other stuff. So my chart looks okay. I'm not seeing anything odd. Monthly chart. Should I have done the monthly chart? Yeah, it's just, if you zoom in, you'll see this is just a stock that has fallen from grace. That's all. I would imagine. Yeah, the monthly chart, it's just a perspective there. Just zoom out and you can see that this thing has had a horrible, horrible fall, and it's trying to grab the proper perspective. Yeah, just use that copy and paste in your position window, show all trades, and if there's if there's a column that you want to see and analyze in the spreadsheet, you can always go and right click and see if there's a column. I'm showing you the AI, but it's the same thing. Find the column that you want to see viewed in your B plus. Yeah, it's really really flat. Sometimes you just got to zoom out to see why it does that. All right, guys, I think I'm caught up on your questions. Here's a GPL. See, this is another one I was in, and this one I sold right pretty much back here. Okay, no harm, no foul. We're right back there again, but look at what happened today. It threatened and came up and touched that 50-day moving average, and then it was completely repulsed by it and has now fallen back. So this is the concern I would have had from buying all these mining stocks that I sold, buying them back just because they're doing kind of a low volume bounce right now. I'm going to wait and see how they resolve, and it could take me another 5 or 6 days to see. Dave, can you set up an alert for a setup like Neo? Well, it depends on when you want to see Neo. Um, it just depends on when you want to see it. If you want to see it right there, you could you could consider doing something like, what is it up on the day? It's up 6% on the day. So you could say, show me stocks that are up 6% or 5%, 4%, what have you on the day. However, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 or 5 candles, maybe the 1 hour, maybe the 60-minute range is a very tight range. So up on the day, I'm not going to have time to configure it now, but step one would be up on the day. Okay, so up maybe 5% on the day. Step two is to define that 60-minute range. Maybe that's only a max 2% range. It's been going sideways. And then step number three, I would build a top list on this because we don't need an event. The top list will show you when things are getting close to their 10-day moving average, 10-period moving average. So you'd do like maybe a tenth of a percent max and negative tenth of a percent minimum, and that'll show you that little time window of prices that are starting to creep into the change from the 10 SMA period. But again, you're starting with a starting point of, yeah, so when it kisses the 10, that's the operative word there, Dave. And I'll show you exactly how that would look. Why don't you do this? I'm gonna give you the configuration. Nothing has come through, I don't think, today. Let's go back to real time. Let me just show you this before Barry comes in any minute here. I've done this on the daily chart, okay? I've looked for things that are running up on the daily chart but are pulling back and kissing the 10-day moving average. So you would consider to do something similar but using 15-minute time frames, okay? Um, this is where it comes into play. This is what I just said right here. Change from the 10 SMA, well, you would use change from the 10, 15 period simple moving average, and you would configure negative 0.1 as your minimum and maybe 0.1 or 0.05 maximum, a small window, and that will only show you when stocks that are, again, up on the day and maybe in the last hour have had a tighter range, but now are coming in and kissing that 10 period. That's kind of the gist of it. So if you want more help, Dave, you can email info@trade-ideas, and we can take a little time and try and create something, and you can use Neo as an example, but that's going to be your best bet. All right, guys, I'm going to have to take off. Barry is streaming again, so I'll see you all next time, and some of you maybe later today.
Nice. I know I'm repeating myself, but what a nice little earnings play for ANGO. Now, take a look at this one on the monthly chart, and the next high looking left is, wow, over 14 something, and then see, so this could easily easily be a second or third day continuation on earnings. It'll probably make my watch list for tomorrow. There's the through the 200-day, of course, 1105, so well through that 200-day. But just look left on that monthly chart, and it has still some room. All right, so I have to put an alert up here probably about 208 for the ADIL. Let's see if it can clear 2 at some point later on in the day. And then if it doesn't do that, then that's fine, but I want to put an alert there. All right, Mike. Okay. I'm sure Steve did a masterful job for his hour stint. Just going over my watch list. So for those of you in the YouTube feed, just going over my watch list, see what happened. So the BE triggered at 1708. It got up to 1734, but it pulled back first, so I don't really count that. The 234 in the ADIL, yeah, it got up to 250, but then the OMI 2233 is up to over $1 there. Of course, the HUSA was a huge move from the alert. It's trying to come back. And then this one, just really nice. AMSC 1583. Well, so now it actually dropped. Well, it did get up to 1646 before it started to drop. Look at the market trying to come back now. Interesting, that drop. Really, let me do a check. Somebody in the YouTube feed is saying my mic levels are low. How do you guys hear me in the trading room? I haven't done anything. In fact, what I'm going to do, take a look to see, there's a way I can actually, it's not so much loud and clear. So, yeah, so I don't know what to say. Rhythmic. There's somebody in the other feed saying he has to turn down my volume. So I think this is this is a situation where I cannot please everybody. But let me just see. I know there's a way I can adjust my mic level. You mean Steve? Test. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say because in the other room where there are a lot more people, that is, they seem to be able to hear me loud and clear. So I'm not sure what to say. Yeah, don't worry about the other room. I mean, there's somebody's. I have a YouTube feed going at the same time. All right, guys, it is 1:01. I'll be doing my video pretty soon. Okay, Rhythmic. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what to do. Again, everybody's system can be different. All right, everybody, I'm going to do my video now. So before I do that, I just want to pop in the link. So if you did want to sign up to listen to my videos, All right, so if you click on my homepage link, and then you will see right there, watch the daily market recap videos. So you can sign up for it. Everything's free, of course. All right, so I'm going to do them now. Do it now. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so the A deal again. I'm just going to, no harm. Just put a price alert around 209. See if it takes it out later on. Okay, I have to assume somebody mentioned AXTI. Look at AXTI. Look at this volume that's coming in, and it's halted. Yes, and we're all talking about it at exactly the same time. AXTI. Ooh, real. It is shortable. However, um, this is going to be a big halt, guys. Big halt, and that what I'm seeing right now is 610, 610. So that's kind of what I mean. People ask me, what do I mean? So this is how it's stacking. Now it's 615, 615. So, with a stock that is halted at 553, and when you've got the bid ask, potentially opening in that 615 area, I mean, look out. So is there some news for AXTI? And it's not a super low float. It's not a high float. 38 million in the float. And looking left, wow, I mean, looking left, I mean, if that holds, if that 615, 615 holds, I mean, it's exploding right over this. Oh man, it's exploding right all over this. Well, most brokers, I mean, I can't imagine. I think every broker is going to. Well, if you look at the what I put here, there's the now that's late. It's now 620, 620. This is from Interactive Brokers. I mean, your broker or whatever broker you got will start to show you what it could open at. Okay, and that's what it said but it's now 625, 625. Doesn't absolutely 100% mean that it's going to open there, but here's the deal. When the stock gets halted at 553 and you start seeing numbers like 625, I mean that means it's going to I see 625, 625. I see 620, 620. I mean, it's going to. I mean, I don't know if IB is 100% right all the time, but bottom line is that it's above the 553. Now it's starting to fade a bit. Again, if it's a 5-minute halt, if it is a 5-minute halt, 117, 122.13, so it'll be 122.13 if it's a 5-minute halt, 13 seconds after 122. So, I mean, a lot can happen. We still have a few minutes before it's going to open. So, things could happen to that bid ask. But right now, it's pretty positive. They can be, William, but I haven't seen it like that much. In fact, the last few halts that I've seen, it almost, when I look at the bid and ask, it's almost right at the halt price. I mean, it's just that this one, I haven't, I mean, we used to see this a lot, and and it used to be pretty true. You know, where a stock got halted and then you'd see like 50, 60, 70 cents above. And it was pretty true when it opened. Now, it doesn't mean it can't drop immediately. And okay, so this is now going to be, looks like at least a 10-minute halt. Because it did not open. This is what I'm talking about, 117.13. So it would have been, most of them are 5-minute halts. So that should have been 122 and 13 seconds. So we're past that now. So this is going to be probably at least a 10-minute halt. Let's see how you can have that. I mean, I still see 6.6 on my bid and ask. Time and sales, I've got 5.99, 5.99. So anyway, it doesn't really matter so much. I mean, wherever it opens, it opens. It's what happens afterwards. Next, SLQT. SLQT. Look at this thing moving. Well, there's another one that is shortable. What did it do? It got all up to 27, 28, 2028. Meanwhile, U1 is ripping again. How's the Oxbridge doing? OXBR. Are they all moving? Nope. So it's U1 on its own as we speak. Lots of volume. Look at the volume. How about Carver? CARV. Is it moving? A little bit, yeah. Some volume coming in. So CARV and U1 on the move. I don't know what well, I'm just looking at my time and sales, and it still says 5.99, 5.99. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can't do anything about it until it opens. Yeah, this seal is just way too choppy. Way too choppy. The only thing, I mean, it is through the 200 day, but way too choppy. Look at this. I mean, what's it going to do? You know, there's the weekly chart. Oh, we're getting some late little ones. Look at this one, SALM. Look at the volume coming in. Now, does it have room? Okay, so that was a 10-minute halt for AXTI. So it did open up here, just underneath 6. It just opened. Yeah, it was a 10-minute halt. Right there. And now it tried to pop through 6. Look at the volume. Yeah, another one, you know, it's just too messy of a daily, SALM. There's the 200-day moving average. It's not that far above it. So I'm just going to have to forget about that one too. CTIB. Mm-hmm. Kind of interesting, yeah. Wow, look, yeah, it's right at that the highs of you know, a month ago or so, 2 months ago, a month ago. Takes that out, you know, could still. I mean, it takes that out. I guess it has a shot to get through to 2. It's through it is through the 200-day moving average also. So it's got that going for it. And it's a crazy low float, 2.3 million in the float. China stock. Not a China stock. I'm sorry. Thought it was a China stock for some reason. Well, okay. Okay, it is a China. I don't know. I don't know. Young. I don't know then. It says it's based in Illinois. Fred, haven't seen you for a while. Okay, guys, INOD is still trying to come out of this area. Kept looking at this as a potential short, but it looks strong still. Yeah, this is the one. That's right. This is the one. Have to go back about 7 years before we see these highs for INOD. Oh boy, IPOB, come on, get over 19. AXTI guys looks like it wants to take out 6. Well, there it went. Well, we have a couple of little runners here. INOD now is running. Well, there's the alert. 1233, 313, 337 now for INOD. Just checking to see some of these past ones. Yeah, Sorrento I hate. VVPR. Haven't seen that one for a while. Well, I mean, again, you look at the daily chart, the next high looking left is around 979. So I guess, yeah, in theory, I don't think it's going to happen today. It's up 12%. It's a low float though, 4 million in the float. But, you know, I mean, it is, there is the high. But is it, you know, you're looking at an extended situation on the fives. I'm actually more intrigued with the AXTI to see how well it does at 6 and keeps getting rejected. You know, you have a big topping tail, topping tail. This might be an interesting short. AXTI. There we go. I did see your comment, obviously. All right, another one. MA. Wow, what a run this has had on the daily. I remember looking at this one thinking this is just going to keep moving down, 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 down. Finally hit a bottom here. You know, I mean, a 50% run almost in 4 days. Well, counting today, 5 days. 50% run for Maxon, MAXN. And this is shortable. So what time? What's the time? 1:38. So 2 o'clock. So today is Tuesday. So I'll be in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Well, you know, I'd like to short this one, but I wish there was a little more daily resistance close by. I mean, 1897 is the daily resistance, maybe, and we're only at 1816. So, you know, I'd like to see a little more resistance on the daily chart for the MAXN. Yeah, I haven't looked at that in 10 years, the normal. I've kept it on normal. I'm not even sure what it just means. I'm not even sure what fast and faster means, to be honest. I mean, it's just one of those. I remember seeing it. I know what you're talking about. I think maybe what might happen is if you had an alert window, and you shouldn't have one like this, but if you had an alert window that was firing off, you know, every second an alert, then you might have to make an adjustment to the speed. Okay. Yeah, the alerts start coming too fast. And, you know, I've never had one like that. So it's been nothing I've ever had to take a look at. You know, I've kept it on normal for 10 years. Well, latest, my goodness, look at all these halts. Wait, this is the day of halts. IFRX, look at this. Through the 200-day now too, IFRX, and it's just got halted. So this one is stacking up at about 5. Which is not a big premium to the halt price of 493. Another one that's shortable. You would think this is coming into all sorts of resistance, maybe possibly, for sure. don't know if you took this one real, but I mean, that might have got you out. That pop through 6 up to 611 for the AXTI. Bit of a spread issue now. That's what kind of turned me off. I see 1808, 1820 on the MAXN. Have some big, big topping tails now on the 15-minute chart for AXTI. Big, big ones. Yeah, I mean, it has a little bit of room, on a percentage basis. If it got up to that 125, 130 level for JFU, decent volume. It's a big float though, for a $1 stock, 48 million. We're not used to seeing that size of a float for a $1 stock. So it's going to take something to move it. Oh yeah, I mean, it's at some point. I mean, obviously, you see big topping tails. So again, what does it mean? Buyers had it up here. Sellers closed it here. Buyers had it up here again. Sellers closed it here. Well, it's not closed yet. Another minute. So I mean, the buyers have been trying, but the sellers have been knocking it down. Eventually, I always like to phrase it like this. Eventually one of them is going to give up. And in this case, the buyers might just give up. Say, you know what, you guys can have it for a while anyway. I mean, the key right here to me would be holding 570. Gets down below 570. I mean, anything could happen. All right, IFRX just opened close to 5, so it didn't really pop. I mean, there's a 200-day and lots of other resistance around the area, but it's through. It is through. There is the next area of potential resistance. If it gets through that, look out. But it didn't. Still kind of choppy, this AXTI. Meanwhile, IFRX, wow. I mean, this is holding five. Look at that monthly chart. I mean, it's got a huge amount of room there, but I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but what's the high there? 620 is the high there. 511 is the high there. So that's the next high looking left after today's high. I don't know. I'm just looking for a big collapse of this AXTI. It doesn't look like it wants to yet anyway. So you have a big bottoming tail here. I don't ever look at that from in IB, so I don't know. Can't help you there. Maybe others could. Oops. Well, AXTI still looks pretty strong. And that bottoming tail now, so there's still a little uncertainty about direction for AXTI. Boy, I'm watching this IFRX to see if it starts to really make a move down here. It tried to get through 5. It did a little bit. There's that 200 day is 488. All right, guys, it's getting closer to 2 o'clock. My marketing meeting will start. KLDO. KLDO. I took it off the watch list. It was pretty choppy. Look at the last few days. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at yesterday. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Just sign up for it. Now, I know that for whatever reason, the trades of the week webinars seem to be a little bit crazier, but in terms of trying to sign up, I think they send you an email or something like that, but or they send you a link. So if you go to my homepage, the link, and then where it says sign free daily webinars, click here, and then right there, okay, give your name and email, and you should get something about an hour before the webinar starts. Why does that not surprise me with Sorrento? No, it's not okay. It's going down. Yeah, man, that's a tough trader intraday. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I want to get the get ready for this marketing meeting. The announcement there. Wow, AXTI guys, it's strong still. Takes out that high. Look out, anything could happen. AXTI. Well, and there it goes. Check out that 15-minute high so far. You know, I mean, look, if it takes this out right there, 621, I don't know where there's any resistance. Remember we went through this? It'll go back to like I've got to go back 3 years anyway before we see levels like that. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys. Yeah, well, man, oh man, I just couldn't not do it. I don't know where this one is going, this iPod, but I mean, I was in at 1520 and, got up to 1920. I just saw the symmetry in doing that, so I took some out. I mean, this has been its best day. Look at the volume. Maybe not the best day. I'm just looking here. I guess there had a couple of volume days back here too, but in terms of just a move, just a great, great, great move. Oh, it could be right. It's hard to believe though, yeah, for a $1 stock. I mean, Roth is a fairly big name. Well, the other SPAC I'm kind of looking at, guys, I mean, is the one that from today. I don't know what it's going to do. I think it's NOVS. I mean, it looks like it has an interesting merger partner. I mean, that's what it's all about. NOVS. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this one. This Appalachia or App Harvest. So this is the information. Kentucky-based, large indoor farms and greenhouses, etc., etc. So it looks interesting. Definitely looks interesting. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this one going forward. It reminds me a little bit like what happened the first day of SBE. SBE had that big pop too. And it really didn't do much, but now look at it. So NOVS will be on my watch list. Well, I would like it to take out the high of today, for sure. So I think I'll stick an alert up there. It will. I'm almost for sure will not be in today. This has to settle out. In fact, then there's even the high in the pre-market. Stick a couple of alerts right there. So with something like this, I just don't know if this was sort of public knowledge before. Whoa, look at ADIL. Look at ADIL, guys. This is what I was talking about. There's the volume coming in, ADIL. Ooh, look at IFRX. Boy, I was eyeing that for a potential short. IFRX just exploded through 5 now. So again, I don't know if this was right. I don't know how long they've been in talks with this App Harvest. If this is just something that is brand new, or has this been out in the, as a rumor before. I've just never heard of them. I'm not talking about App Harvest. I've just never heard of NOVS. And you can, here's your clue, kind of. I mean, look, there's nothing, 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 nothing. So to me, this is the rumor. Look at IFRX. I mean, the same thing. Well, no, you see, not quite the same as iPod. I mean, this is iPod here. Daily, weekly, kind of doing nothing, 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 nothing. and it started to, it had it. I think there was the announcement day. In fact, I know this was. Excuse me, but it was already kind of running a little bit before the announcement day, where the other one wasn't running at all. Somebody mentioned JFU earlier. Look at the volume coming into JFU, popping over $1 now. Has room. Market is crawling back here, crawling. And the other one today was, I don't know how, it's LSAC, and they're merging with a bio. Oops. Same thing. I mean, look at the action. Nothing, 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 nothing. I think this was new here, maybe, or so nothing, but they're merging with a bio. So this is actually holding. Again, here's your news with Vincera. I mean, this is really interesting. I mean, it hasn't pulled back. It really hasn't. I mean, it's only 5.6 million in the float also. All right, guys, sorry, but that was just involved in a little email discussion. You're a funny man, Jason. Goods, Mr. Goods. I am fine. I'm just fine. The more I see these SPACs, the more they appeal to me as the potential swingers because I don't know how to swing anything else. These are just starting out, risky obviously, but usually relatively low priced, and you don't have to get them the day of. Again with that NOVS, I mean, I'm not going to take it yet. But I mean, let it settle down for a few days. Well, I'm in the iPod goods. I just sold some from 1520. Went back here. Obviously got shaken out. I made some money on it, but I got shaken out on this day. I think this was the day. I believe either this day or that day continuation, where the SEC said, you know what, we kind of like these SPACs, I like the idea of it, but I think we have to tighten up the controls. And so I think that that really, and then it popped and then it dropped again. But I got back in it right here at 1520, closed my eyes and said, okay. And I just sold some at 1920. Well, it finally broke out here 3 days ago. Again, after that bottoming tail. I mean, this was all chopping around. I mean, it did break out here, and I absolutely, I did trade it here, but I wasn't in love with it. Not that I was in love with it here, but the next day was okay, and then yesterday was okay, but of course today is just great. Oh, the very, very first day it broke, I think it was back here. I think it was on the 16th, on the 15th, so a couple of weeks ago. This is when they made their, I can't even remember who they were merging with. One something or other, one. But it seemed to be an interesting merger. As I was saying, it started moving up ahead of that announcement right here. But then this was the day of the announcement right here. So there was some leaking going on. Ugh, USEG, not shortable for me. Oh, is there a debate tonight? Okay, IPDN. What are you doing? IPDN. A little bit of a pop here. I don't think. Yeah, I think it is a dog that could have. Yeah, could go, but there's the high looking left yesterday, 125. The day before, 141 or so. I like to short it, but I just don't know. I don't know. I think it's. I mean, 104 might hold it. Boy, there's this APM. I am a little surprised. Look at the market. Market's putting in a nice run here. We are almost, yeah, we've got some, the techs are positive now. Dow is just down a little. SPY is just down a little. And we're having a good little rally here. And meanwhile, Peck. One moment, please. All right, guys, back. Yeah, these are really moving, aren't they? U1 and this one. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is the high of yesterday. It was really alive yesterday. 725 takes out 725. Look out. Well, the PEC again. Somebody correct me or confirm? I could have sworn somebody said last week that PEC had something. There were rumors about PEC and Sun W. It makes sense. Electric power, electric equipment. So it makes sense. But that's what somebody said. Yeah. That's about as Wow, look at Goss here. Goss, big pop here. Pretty good volume. 16th. I mean, it hasn't traded. I mean, most of the trading was right here. But look at it. Look at Goss coming right into the 200-day. Is this shortable, William? 1325 is the 200-day moving average coming right into it. One moment, please. So as a lot of other things were happening around me, this is the one I'm really surprised about, APM. I mean, it looked like it was a pretty interesting looking press release. Somebody said it got to $30 pre-market. Our data starts coming in at 7 in the morning, but I guess it got up to $30 pre-market. APM, I think that's the one. No, I don't see that news now. No, we don't have level 2, Michael. Well, you probably know this, but if you want level 2, you can get it from your broker. We don't supply level 2. I mean, I've it's certainly not expensive at IB. You have an Interactive Brokers account, so I mean, just get one of their packages has time and sales level 2. It's not expensive, so that's what I would do. And welcome, by the way. One of the reasons I'll tell you, I'll lay it out there for you. Most of the people that trade ideas, we don't believe in level 2. So there's no big push on our end. Even if I'm not even sure how we would do it, to be honest, but there's no big push on our end. We just think there's too many games played at level 2. Hey, and I always want to preface it like this, though. If you can find a way to use level 2 and have it be helpful to you, fantastic. I'm not going to say don't use it, but I just don't even look at it. Reggie, REGI, big pop, Real is saying. Okay, it's out of the price range that I've got, but wow. Yeah, big pop for Reggie. Another shortable one. Hey JB, was that you way back when that said keep an eye on JFU on a 1 break? Was that you? If so, congratulations. If not, congratulations to whoever said it. Somebody mentioned JFU on one break. Real. William, you're the. I have a little clock in my head, and I was going 1, 2, 3. I got up to 4 before I saw your post to short it. Oh, it was Casa. It was Casa. Or was that now? You got me confused. You're quoting JB. Oh, okay. Thank you. Was it actually only an hour ago? It seemed like a lot longer ago. Yeah, Michael, I understand the reason why people used to look at level two. I just find there's too many games played. People they put bids in, they yank them immediately. So you really don't, in my opinion, it's hard to really know what's going on. Okay, you might see a big seller, a big buyer, and they're basically just kind of spoofing you a bit. But listen, if you can find a way to use it and it works for you, then more power to you. All right, guys, we're getting close to 3 o'clock, so I'll be shutting the room down at 3. Always stay later if there's some questions, but other than that, I will shut the room down at 3. Boy, there's some serious ribbage here. UONE, wow. Well, okay, I mean, let's look left on that weekly chart, 1078. Absolutely. Oh, as an alert? No. As a filter, yes, not as an alert. So that's why you asked the question as an alert, right? Yeah, no, just as it's just a filter, yeah. Now, what you could do, is create a top list and put the average true range, the filter. So you're obviously completely aware of the filter, and put maybe a minimum of, it's up to you to decide, 95% to 99 or something like that, and then you can have a top list that is going to show you stocks that are very, very close to hitting the 100%. Sometimes that's equally as powerful as actually getting the break, because it's allowing you then to see ones that are getting close and saying, maybe they're trading at a good pattern right now. Does that make sense? So let me just show you. That's right from the open. Okay, so it's the change from the open percentage of the average true range. Okay, so you could put as an example, I mean, again, it's up to you, but 95 and 98, or 96 and 99, or some couple of numbers. So the max, it hasn't, so you want to put a max, say 99, so it hasn't actually hit it, and then put another number in here and just see what sort of results you get. Okay, and then, that would be, and then just sort on the column. Sort on the column so that you'll see the ones that are closest to 100% right at the top. And I don't have to tell you, obviously, you have to put other filters in. You probably want to put a price range and minimum volume and all that. Okay? Okay, great. Yeah, I doubt it. I just doubt it. We're really not adding too many alerts and filters. I'm trying to remember the last one we added. I think actually the stock composite rating one was maybe the last one we added. Maybe the VWAP. It's a couple of the VWAPs. Meanwhile, OMI just keeps, a couple little pullbacks on the 15. Other than that, what a steady alert. I have it here, Autolycus. I mean, right there, today's range, 176%. There's the average true range. Today, it's 176% of that. So you can, I can see most of the stocks that I see, of course, are going to have tremendous percentage of the average true range because they're in play. They're really moving. So if the average true range is the average of, let's say, the last 10 days, and then today it's really moving, I mean, it's going to be so obvious that it's going to be a big percentage of the range. Conversely, not that I've really tried to do this, but there might be another interesting way to use it. Let's just say you set up an alert or say a top list, stocks that are up 4%. I'll just use as an example, or 3%, 3 or 4%, decent volume, but their average true range is only 50%. So maybe it is just starting out. Because a stock that's up 3% on decent volume, usually you would think would have a fairly good ATR percent, but maybe for some reason it is just getting going. I don't know. I've never tried it like that. Look at NOVS, guys. NOVS. Again, this will be on my watch list for a while. NOVS and the other one today, LSAC. A couple of SPACs that released their merger information. All right, one last, just putting my links in one more time. Just going to put my homepage link. So again, if you click on my homepage link, there you'll see a promo code for Trade Ideas. There's the Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. That's how much Trade Ideas is, $22.68 or $10.68, premium or standard, less the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI. Got very quiet today. Don't have to start off with an annual plan, or you never have to take one. You want to just go month to month forever? Go for it. Standard, 118, less the 15%, or premium, 228, less the 15%. But again, if you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we will honor the 15% promo code. Also have this, the trade of the week will be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done my daily market recap. You can sign up for it there. The webinars, and I think this is a very important link. I should like to have this one on its own. The 20 short lessons, new to Trade Ideas. I think it's a very, very good primer. Okay, the 20, I'll answer you in a second, Stan. So again, there's the 20 short lessons. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? All the basic features of Trade Ideas. So even if you don't have Trade Ideas, you want to see what we're capable of doing. Again, these are the basic features. Probably worthwhile taking a look. So if you go to info, actually no, if you go to the home page, if you go to this home page, let me just see. I took it yesterday. Okay, yeah. If you click on my link and you see where it says questions and answers, just click on that, and you can ask some questions. Okay. Okay, Stan. So if you click on my link, I'm sorry, not the 20 lessons, but my Barry's homepage, the link there, and then just scroll down. Actually, this may even just pop up where it says questions and answers. Then you can get some help. It's a reasonable facsimile, Bob. How's that? Meanwhile, USEG still up 100, almost 100%. Okay, so Randall, this is what I would do. All my scanners that I'm sharing, if you click on, oops, if you click on the room drive icon, can you see the room drive icon? If you click on that, and then scans that I share, download. So all the scans that I'm sharing will go to a Word document. And then you can take a look at them. Hopefully I've named them so they make sense. So you might see something, yeah, I'd like to try that. Then all you have to do is copy the link. It says copy the link. It should be this. Well, I mean, they'll be virtually the same. I mean, there might be some minor differences, but I mean, this is what I think you'll see. This is what you should see. This is the Word document. Okay. Well, the only difference, and yeah, I guess it's a big difference. This is not available. Oh, this is available from my channel bar, or not my channel bar, but from my channel within the channel bar. So if you want to see these, then it's from the channel bar, new channel bar, and then my watch list. Well, I guess this was a bunch of nonsense then, because I mean, this stock is still up 400%. Okay, I mean, it started from way back here, and somebody said it hit $30 in the pre-market APM. But what a bunch of nonsense! I mean, this could would this surprise anybody if it got right back down to here? Yeah, Jay, if you click on my link, okay, I mean, I've put the link in. Whoops, just a second. Okay. Now, but if you're asking, can you get 15% off every month? No. I mean, that's the whole idea. I mean, if you want 15% off, I mean, obviously, what would be the point of having 15% off the whole month, or 15%, or every month, or 15% off the entire year? Why would anybody take a yearly contract? So maybe, so if you're asking for, is there a monthly 15% off? No. First month only. Over 220, you mean? I think you meant 220, right? Yeah. Well, it'd be interesting. I mean, I'm not in it. I didn't take it. I'm going to be shutting the room down. Well, that code will work. I mean, if you're again, when you say an insider code, I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by an insider code I used to have? We've never had a code. Well, I've been here for 10 years. That gives you 20% or 15% off every month. Well, that is the promo code. Can you not see it? Barry for Alpha for 15% off. Can you not see it? I keep posting it. Well, that is a promotion code. I don't understand what you mean. That is a promotion code. I even call it promo code. See, it says promo code Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. How to use the cylinder score. Boy, I haven't looked at that forever. Where is that even? There's no video on it. I mean, this is just showing you at the last. Okay. I mean, this is not a good example, but if you had a, oops. Oh, how do you configure it? Oh, okay, okay. Well, you just all you do is, I guess it's only in the top list. You just click. So you have a top list window, right click, properties, and show cylinder score, and that's it. So I mean, really, in something like this, it's not that relevant. But if you had a top list window that had sort of you're wanting to see, over the last little while, how many stocks say were up versus how many were down, what percentage. So there's no configuration for it. It's just you basically just select it. I don't use it. Surprised it's not available in the. Yeah, only available with the top list. So does that make sense? There's nothing for you to do. Yeah, you just basically right click, go to the properties, and then just select it. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow if it has any follow through. The problem, I mean, I was in this one early, but you weren't here probably, but look what it did. I mean, it just struggled to get through that high right there on that week. I mean, to the penny, that's where it stalled. We'll see tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow as long as it holds in the area, maybe tomorrow it gaps above it and starts to run. All right, everybody. Well, I think that's it. I'm going to take off now. Beautiful day in Vancouver. Go for a little bike ride. Thanks for all the help. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Let me just put this here. Have a great evening, everybody. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 9 o'clock Eastern.